Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate. Prostate. How's everybody doing, David? What's up? How you doing?
Hey, yo, what's up?
Good.
Heard there was a debate. Heard there was a debate going on.
Debate? What debate?
You said, hey, there's a debate. And I was like, oh, is it Kamala versus Donald? And you said, no, it's Candace versus Rabbi Shmuley.
Actually, it's pretty much the same thing. Rabbi Shmuley versus Candace is just like Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. I can't decide what would be worse, but I first have to see an example of Trump versus Kamala. But in this instance of Rabbi Shmuley having a discussion or a debate with Candace Owens, two very unhinged people. No offense, no.
They're both unhinged.
To Rabbi Shmuley,
dude, I'm serious. You don't get how weird this was. I mean, he was called America's rabbi because he wasn't weird or unhinged for many years. I've seen him in multiple debates with Michael Brown. Rabbi Shmuley was a phenomenal debater. Saw him against years ago. This is probably like early 2000s, 2002, 2003. Saw him on a show where he was debating the president of American Atheists. And no offense, AP, but he crushed her. It was interesting because they were challenging her on like foundations of morality and like how do you explain to your kids why they should do the right thing and not the wrong thing? And she said something like, well, I tell my kids that if you do the wrong thing, it's going to hurt you in the long run because people are going to find out that you're doing bad things and you're going to get in trouble. So don't do that. And Rabbi Shmuley he goes off on this tirade. That's what you tell your kids? Do the right thing from selfishness? It's for them. It's for them so that they don't get in trouble. Seriously? That's the reason? And anyway, he just went off and I was like, wow, this guy's sharp. And then apparently, I haven't seen this debate, but people are saying pretty unhinged. So I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. You kind of do have an idea what happened. October 7th, it made some people unhinged.
It did indeed. I don't know. I wasn't familiar with Rabbi Shmuley before any of this. First thing that I saw was of Hayam having a discussion with Mojab, and
you just made me spill coffee all over myself. That was your first, and that's the first thing you saw about him.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with American culture, and apparently he was a very big deal in America because he was also Michael Jackson's rabbi and whatever. So
that's what I'm saying. I mean, by that time you're already dealing with the somewhat unhinged Rabbi Shmuley. Again, I still like the guy. I think he's like even in a wave of unhingedness, and like, later on maybe he'll calm down or something like that. But yeah, so that's my point. For people who were following him like 20 years ago, he was like, I mean, if you wanted a defender of Judaism, I mean, he seemed like he'd be your guy. Great debater, super cool, but super nice. Would be super nice, after the debate and stuff. Even if the debate was brutal, be hanging out with people, getting along afterwards. And then things got weird.
That's the problem. He, I'm sure, is a great rabbi. I'm sure he knows his stuff, and I'm sure that in that field he will be a very respectable, great figure to talk to or to ask things about. But just this scene here, the political scene, the fight of personalities that is going on, I think this is just something he should stay out of. And I mean, I follow so many Jewish people, religious Jewish people, and others have interacted with so many of them, and I cannot think of a single person. I can't see a single person among those that I respect and follow who actually think that Rabbi Shmuley is a great representation in these debates. On the contrary, those I see say, why? Please back down. Please don't go and talk. You'll make everything worse. And it just gives the impression. I mean, I was when I check my Twitter, I can pull some things up here. You have Rabbi Shmuley bragging about the debate and saying I eviscerated her and whatever, and then Jews are saying, no, you didn't. Please just stop.
That's rough. And I mean, really, you can kind of understand it. I mean, if you're Jewish and you see like the revival of like global anti-Semitism, where Jews are like the bad people throughout the world, and now it's looking like you could just go harass Jews whenever. And point is, I understand not knowing what to do and kind of in a weird situation right now, maybe becoming a little unhinged.
This Ryan,
These
this
brackets
by Ryan
over Dunya
just gave me the idea to change my name into D's over Dunya.
People don't know what that's about. There's Dawa over Dunya, but yeah, D's over Dunya is pretty funny.
Actually, it's Dawa over Dunya. Oh yeah, okay. Then let me change it into D's over. No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
it's fine.
No. What's better is D's over Dawa. That's funny. D's over Dawa. When you're responding, hey guys, someone should make a channel called D's over Dawa, and everything is a response to the channel Dawa over Dunya. Guys, we are unstoppable fire hoses of awesome ideas. If you guys just sat there and did every awesome idea we blurted out, you're like, oh, you go out and do it before we do it, you'd be a superstar, man. Superstar.
I would think that a good thing would be to make a channel named D's over Dunya, and then the videos are not responses to him, but just funny
D's
videos trolling him and making these nuts jokes and so on.
You turn everything, guys. we are not joking. That channel would take off. If someone doesn't do it, someone needs to do it. But a show called D's Nuts Over Dunya or D's Nuts Over Dawa or something like this. And all you do is you take little short clips of Dawa videos, and all you do is make D's Nuts jokes out of them.
Now,
so I'm going to count these verses. You're going to count these nuts. That's it. That's all you have to do.
So speaking about Rabbi Shmuley, he's of course very, very aware of the social media responses to his debate performance that he had with Candace Owens, and it's funny because he actually yesterday reposted my post here, retweeted my tweet here, something that I posted.
And here you are attacking him, calling him unhinged,
and I appreciate that, and I'm sure he's it's supportive of his position and all that. However, I'm still going to talk quite some trash about Rabbi Shmuley here, because I made a post simply because of something messed up that Candace Owens did during the debate. I thought.
Oh, I saw you post about this. So this was something from the debate.
Yeah. It was during the debate. She started randomly attacking the rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who is the great rabbi, the most respected rabbi of our time, who died in the 90s. And of course, there are certain beliefs that lots of people have about this rabbi. Some people went so far as believing that he is their awaited Messiah, but the organization officially never took a position on that and just left it to people whatever they want to do with it. But the guy was always a fantastic faith leader and has shown nothing but respect and love to Muslims and to Jews and non-Jews. In fact, I spent the last 2 months I spent listening through a whole thing about this about the rabbi. Reports that the son of his accountant wrote entire accounts of everything that he knows about the rabbi. He wrote it all down. It's a huge book, and it's also in audio form. And I have been listening to the audio form over and over, repeatedly. Some parts, fact checking everything, reading certain things that the rabbi said, and he's just he's amazing. I mean, he has this whole attitude of the more non-Jews, the more Gentiles are here coming to visit us, the better. If non-Jews write letters, I will give them preference and respond to them first. Our fellow Jews can wait because our fellow Jews will understand if I'm delaying their responses.
What? But who are you calling Gentile? You see, he's advocating apartheid. You see.
repeatedly saying that that Gentiles are very important, that it is very important to not only take care of your own duties, but also help them keep up their own duties. I don't know. He was one of the guys who actually, and this is not something that I fundamentally disagree at this point, that I fundamentally agree at this point, but he was one of the people, which is why he became controversial at the time, who proposed that that schools should instate prayers, right? Despite the fact that they are mostly Christian prayers, but that they should actually have prayers at the beginnings of the day in order to remember God, because Christianity is what makes America such a beautiful nation, and so on. This is the guy, and she actually talked about this guy as a hateful Jewish supremacist and so on, which is just so messed up. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this. So yeah, he reposted this.
You heard it. You heard it here. You heard it here, folks. AP thinks that unless in prayers in school, you're an extremely hateful individual.
Exactly. So I said Candace Owens accused the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of being a radical who preached hate and Jewish supremacy. Some of the rabbis emphasized teachings are all humans were created in the image of God. I emphasize here all humans because this is something he points out.
Yeah, that's the Bible.
Christianity is good for America, and righteous non-Jews are like Jews. There is no difference between us, essentially. So
we're equally
have
based.
different roles. Yeah, equally based. Speaking of based, and speaking of rabbis, I came across a video that was recommended to me.
Just make sure you stop it in the right place.
Okay. I came across the video earlier because I get a lot of recommendations of Jewish stuff lately because I'm looking up Jewish stuff, and I came across this video and I was listening to it. The thing is, I couldn't really pay attention to the rest of this video because something happened here. So I want to quickly watch this.
About the significance of what Christianity terms the original sin, namely the sin of Adam and Eve, eating from the fruit of the tree of knowledge in contravention of God's divine commands. Now, let me say at the outset that, number one, although the Christian idea is very, very different than the Jewish idea, it is totally based.
There we go. The Christian view is based. Based.
So I saw this and I thought, wait, what? And he paused there, but that pause felt like an eternity to me because he actually continues. He says, based on. I don't know why he paused it. It's very
the video's done. That's where the video should end. The Christian view is based.
Very, very different than the Jewish idea. It is totally based on a
based.
That's it. We don't have to know what the rest of this video is about.
It's done. He said it all. He said it all. There's nothing else to say after that point. There's nothing else that meaningful that could be added to that statement. It was already perfect.
In fact, I actually clipped this, and I thought I should put it on my. I should put this.
It's about to be all over my stuff. I'm gonna take that. I'm using that clip.
It is totally based. So yeah, you heard it here. So the Christian view is totally based according to the rabbi. Yeah, alhamdulillah. Anyway, let us continue to this debate. So David, you didn't watch a single part of this debate?
I've not seen 1 second of this.
What happened to your voice, man?
True, because she said it's true. The war in Gaza is
cutting out the preview, eh? Just cutting out the highlights. Just cutting out the first minute of highlights. Okay.
I don't care about the highlights. He, for some reason, had an endless introduction. Okay, actually, the introduction is kind of important. It's kind of funny because here.
Barreling towards a grim anniversary, this deadly year, sparked by a terrorist atrocity and met with an often merciless response, has changed the way that many people think about an historic dispute. Never in our lifetimes has there been such active debate about Israel's role in the modern world and whether the United States and its allies should back it. Protests and counter-protests have brought anti-Semitism to the fore, along with the charge that it sometimes insulates Israel from criticism. My next two guests have vivid opinions on these big issues. and have had a very public feud.
What is with his speech?
Who? His long speech?
Piers Morgan. Well, why is he? His
I
his
know. I
sounding a little
know.
bit incoherent.
I know exactly what is about to happen, but when I see drama, I got to have it on my show.
Inshallah. I must say, at this point, Piers is simply inviting people that he knows will attract lots of attention and cause controversy. I don't think for a second that he actually thought or hoped that this would turn into a productive, good conversation. But he pretends that is the goal.
What's going on here? What's going on? I don't know what's happening. Who could have thought? Oh my goodness, look what's happening over at the zoo. We put a mongoose in a cage with a cobra and now they're fighting. Oh my goodness, who could have foreseen this? Who could have foreseen it? I don't know, guys. Calm down. Mongoose, cobra, stop. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Camera's rolling. Okay, yeah. Oh no, calm down. Come on.
Bringing them together for what we intend, I hope, to be a proper debate. The topics will be the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism in public life, American involvement in Israel, and Israeli involvement in the United States. And we'll even talk about Michael Jackson, who is relevant to this debate. Both guests will get roughly equal speaking
Michael Jackson is also going to be part of the debate.
Time and a chance to speaking of the other guests is not encouraged. Ad hominem attacks are strongly discouraged. But knowing these two as I do, I can make no promises. Returning to Uncensored, the Candace podcast. Candace.
I responded to him when he bragged on Twitter about the high view count of this episode by saying that I wish he cared more about substance than about numbers.
Mhm.
And people really need to tell him that. Because I'm sorry, but if you are seriously hoping for a great productive conversation, why would you invite Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens out of all people in the world?
And next up, we've got Kanye West, Rabbi Shmuley, Nick Fuentes, and Alex Jones, all discussing Israel. Hope for a very peaceful, calm discussion.
Inshallah.
Oh yeah, it did. I'm looking at his two videos after that, 134,000 views each. But the Candace versus Rabbi Shmuley, 1.4 million. So yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
He knows
exactly what he's doing.
And the author of the Israel Warrior and the Michael Jackson tapes, Rabbi Shmuley. So welcome to both of you. First of all, it's great you're doing this. You've had a public feud for a couple of years.
She kind of looked like Michael Jackson.
Rabbi Shmuley should have said that. And it's actually hard debating because, Candace, you look exactly like Michael Jackson. Would have thrown her off. That'd have been if Muhammad Hijab were to become Rabbi Shmuley for debate purposes, he would do something like that. He'd pull a stunt like that.
Yeah. Look, they look exactly the same. Hold on. Here. Exactly the same. Same person. You see? Anyway, let's continue.
Now,
by the way, in case anyone didn't notice, AP just said all black people look alike. I was totally joking. AP was being completely racist.
Not all.
Various forums. This is your chance to take each other on. And at the center of this, as I said in the intro there, is a very serious global story, which is the Israel-Hamas war and all the complexities that come away from that.
Finally, Piers Morgan's going to address the Israel-Hamas war.
Statement. So, Rabbi Shmuley, you won the toss. We didn't really actually toss, but we both agreed you can do this. You go first. Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Piers, for having me. And Candace, thank you for debating me. I have spent my life bringing together.
Look, there's something to pay attention to here because I noticed this as I was watching it. As much as I don't like Rabbi Shmuley being part of this, and as soon as I saw that a debate between Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens is taking place, I thought, oh no, why? But Piers is incredibly biased during this entire thing, and here is something funny. He just introduced the topic, and he introduced that he announced that these two have a feud. That this will probably not be very polite and very nice, and then there are major issues like, I don't know, the war, Israel, Zionism, Judaism, Michael Jackson, and so on. And then, without asking any question, he asked Rabbi Shmuley to make his opening statement. Now, Rabbi Shmuley will make his opening statement almost exclusively about his feud with Candace Owens, and Piers Morgan then will complain that Piers Morgan never addressed the question. And I just think to myself, which question? Watch.
Together the Black and Jewish communities, emphasizing that we share not only a history of shared persecution, but of spiritual promise. Today we debate an American tragedy, a woman of unique eloquence who has abused that eloquence to become simultaneously the foremost anti-Black rhetorician in all of the United States and the foremost anti-Semite in America. The statements that Candace has made against her own community, that they cry wolf and constantly say that they're victims of racism. Her attacks on George Floyd, a man who was suffocated to death for a $20 counterfeit note saying that he was a horrible human being. A woman who went up in front of CPAC and said, "I was never a slave in America," as if that's the only form of discrimination, is what has led her community to call.
That actually happened. And that's pretty messed up. She has some really messed up positions on social matters that, when brought up, lots of people who like her or who love her will object to. I must say, you can agree with a political commentator's stances while still calling out their horrible tactics and misrepresentations, lies, and so on. I made notes of lots of lies that she made up over the years, including about Black people, about abortion clinics, about lots of different things, just to highlight, because she made a tweet saying that Rabbi Shmuley is a dark person with a dark spirit because he very easily lies in your face or something like that. So I thought, wait a minute. Okay. What if I pull up a bunch of lies that she told? Would that then mean that she also has a dark spirit and should not be trusted, and that she's part of a cult or some extremist whatever? I don't know. But again, not things that you have to disagree with her on, in theory, but you should acknowledge when somebody is lying. And she lied a lot in her past. I would recommend always a video by What Do You Meme? He made this video recently about Candace Owens, how she misrepresents things again and again. And
video.
Despite the fact that What Do You Meme is very much politically on the same side as Candace Owens, he called her out for being totally dishonest or misrepresenting things all the time and so on. She is not a great person. That said, again, I'm not a fan of Rabbi Shmuley either, and I'm going to say a lot of bad things about him today, I think.
Call her not Candace, but Clandis, the first ever female Black woman who appears in her rhetoric against Blacks, calling LeBron James dumb and stupid, an icon to the Black community, as Clandis. Simultaneously, you have the Jewish community beginning to call her not Candace Owens, but Candace Ovens, because her go.
I never even thought about that. I've also not encountered that. I don't know if you made that up.
If so, good one. That's even better than Hijab's unholy Shmuley.
Yeah. Candace Owens. Oh wow. Okay. When I search for it, I actually do find people using Candace Owens over the last months. Huh, that's interesting.
Style rhetoric against Jews, that Jews are nearly all pedophiles. The State of Israel will set up a Theodor Herzl, a pedophile, as a haven for pedophiles. That Judaism is a demonic, satanic cult that only protects pedophiles. And by the way, her absolute obsession with Jewish sexuality and Jewish genitalia, the first lady of France.
Say it. Say, oh, you were supposed to say rivals the obsession of Muhammad hijab. That's what you're supposed to say, man. You missed it. You missed your chance.
Man.
Look at it. Look at her face.
She did insinuate and argue that I don't know, some weird sexual fantasies and pedophilia and all of that are actually part of mainstream Judaism, and then she denied that she did that. And honestly, a lot of the times she lies, but in that case, it looks to me, and I'm going to go through that, it looks to me as if she just really didn't know what she was talking about, because she's an idiot who just quickly spouts whatever opinion she makes up in a moment without actually researching things, and then presents herself as a great researcher. She did insinuate that that basically people who follow Kabbalah or who respect Kabbalah or who are part of it and so on are part of a sick cult that engages in pedophilic behavior and trying to dominate the world and so on. And then later said that she was only talking about specific Jews. She mentioned Kabbalah. Kabbalah is not just only specific Jews. It is mainstream spirituality and mysticism in Judaism. It's basically like talking about Muslims and referencing all Sufis, which would be a lot of them.
Celia is disturbing. It's one of the reasons I think she hates Sigmund Freud so much, because she's a Freudian field dream in terms of his arguments that the greater the sexual suppression and repression, the greater we see violence. But when you say that the Jews killed JFK because he was about to ostracize Israel, when you invent all of these fabrications out of whole cloth, what is the result? The result is the demonization of Jews that leads to violence. Pierce, just 1 week ago, 2 days after Candace falsely accused me, as she has for 2 years, of being a murderer, of threatening to kill her, something for which she will face legal action, because you cannot malign a rabbi and his daughter as murderers. 2 days later, I was swatted in my house, where 5 police cars had to break into my house because Mayor Michael Wilds of Englewood, New Jersey, received an email arguably from one of Candace's followers, after she said essentially what Henry II says: who will rid me of this troublesome priest? Which leads directly to the murder of Thomas Becket, who today is a Catholic saint, of course. We were swatted, and the FBI is now investigating Candace's rhetoric. They're investigating.
Rabbi Shmuley, I'm interrupting because
wait. Just one final point.
So Candace will get exactly the same amount of time. It's up to you, but it's
Kankish cancer. Freud is disgusting, though. Well, yeah, Freud has. Sigmund Freud has a lot of weird things that nowadays are considered, even in psychology, that are considered a little bit weird and messed up and outdated and misunderstood and so on. But the thing is, he was also at the beginnings of this entire field of psychology, and started introducing ideas into psychology. He's credited as one of the greatest figures in addressing psychology correctly, but of course he got a lot of things wrong, because he went by guesses and wild conclusions on occasion. But yeah, Candace actually talked about Sigmund Freud and accused him of being part of a cult that wants to take over the world, because he followed a religious Jewish cult, which is just so absurd. Sigmund Freud was not religious; he was an atheist. Anyway, alhamdulillah.
An opening statement, right? And what I would say,
may I just say finally, if I may?
Well, if it's quick,
the biggest issue I have with Candace, to be honest, is that she claims to be a Christian. Candace, didn't Jesus say you're supposed to love your enemies? Is the love you show me that you call me filth twice on the last show that you did with Pierce a piece of filth? You're supposed to love your enemies. Is that turning the other cheek? And Pierce, you're an English gentleman. I've known you for many years. You allowed her to say that without even a piece of filth. When Jesus said that you're supposed to turn the other cheek, where have you ever turned the other cheek? When Jesus said that the meek shall inherit the earth, the arrogance, the nonstop attack against Jews, the demonization. If you are a Christian, then I am the second coming of Christ.
Okay, that's 4 minutes you've spoken to.
uh, I
To
heard some people say that went too far.
yeah.
Uh,
I don't know. Given who he's responding to and the things she said, uh, that's kind of funny. However, he's wrong to an extent, in the sense that he's saying love your enemy means you can't openly rebuke even with insults. You can't say that, because Jesus, speaking to Pharisees, in other words, Jewish religious leaders, blasted them for religious hypocrisy. So you'd have to say, if a religious leader, and by the way, that's the overall pattern in the Bible, the people who were on the receiving end of just open, brutal rebuke, even mockery and insults, they would be hypocritical religious leaders or some kind of oppressors or something like that. And so if the claim were, here's what Rabbi Shmuley is saying, but he's doing something completely different, he's a big hypocrite, and here's why, and I can show it, then even as a Christian, you could blast the person, because that's not regarded as unloving. Even towards that person, it's not unloving. Some people need to be brutally rebuked. With that said, I would have to say, yeah, given the kinds of things that Candace Owens says, which are frequently very false and just very evil, quite frankly, yeah, those don't seem to be in line, even when you have an accurate understanding of what Jesus is saying.
Yeah, and she frequently uses the term filth for people, including for Rabbi Shmuley multiple times. Of course, I have to go with my throwaway alternative account here because she blocked me. She's quite liberal in her use of the word. You are filth. You are filth. The unholy Rabbi Shmuley told the Jerusalem Post that he once
she stole hijab's insult.
Yeah. Once hit me with a comprehensive lawsuit that will bankrupt me. It's always a financial threat when someone refuses to kowtow. Unfortunately, I refuse to kowtow to you and your hag daughter, unholy Rabbi. Filth. Then about sex toys, filth, and so on. This is a very, very common thing that she does. So it's not something that she's just making up. Filth is really a word that she likes a lot. Now there is a little part that we want to talk about where he complains about her anti-Semitic allegations and behavior and all of that. And of course, some people are saying, "Oh no, she's just asking questions, just making a point, just talking about this, just that. Why don't you answer the question?" I just want to play something here, very, very interesting.
Is it Nick? Is it Nick copying you?
Look, we can talk a lot about what Candace Owens's motives are when she asks questions about Judaism or Jews and all that, right? We can do a lot of these things. However, you have right here the most notorious. Wait, is this the one? This is not it. Oh wait, this is not it. Hold on.
Yeah.
You have the most notorious Jew hater, Nick Fuentes, here directly calling out Candace Owens, just as even Rabbi Shmuley and others are, and basically saying what we have been saying all along. Imagine the greatest Jew hater that is currently around says this about you.
I just roll my... Every time I see Candace now, I just roll my eyes. I go, "Oh, really, Candace?"
Poor Candace.
"Oh, I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just asking questions." "Oh, really?" "Okay. Yeah, nobody knows what you're doing." It went right over everybody's head.
Guys, I mean, seriously, what does it say about Candace? What Candace Owens has become? What does it say about what she has become? That when Nick Fuentes is talking to her, we're like, finally, someone is the voice of reason. With like, what planet are we living on now, to where Nick Fuentes can possibly be the voice of common sense in anything. This is weird, man. This is
you could
weird.
accuse me of being biased and just making accusations and saying, "Oh, you were anti-Semitic." You could accuse David. You could accuse Rabbi Shmuley. You could accuse lots of people and say, "Oh, you're just making accusations. That's not what she's saying at all." Here you have the neo-Nazi groper who is actually proudly and openly anti-Semitic, calling out Candace basically for denying what she's actually obviously doing. He is saying here in this clip, which to be honest is quite a funny one, that we are all right about Candace.
Every time I see Candace now, I just roll my eyes. I go, "Oh, really, Candace? Oh, I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just asking questions." "Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, nobody knows what you're doing." It went right over everybody's head.
There you have it. This guy certainly is not trying to protect Jews.
This is crazy.
Even Nick Fuentes is making.
He's got multiple. He's got multiple clips blasting away at Candace now for not knowing what she's talking about and so on. That's got to suck because, I mean, it seemed like if you just go back several months, it's like, okay, Candace, you're saying stuff that's so crazy that you're losing lots of followers, but you were getting a bunch of new followers, namely people like the Groypers and so on. So you were getting a new following. So maybe you were just deciding that you were going to trade your classical viewers for this new group of Groypers. But what do you do when the Groypers turn against you? Then what do you got?
What do you do with the Groypers? It's gropers. Say it right.
Gropers.
Candace, if you want to use 4 minutes to respond, you can. All I would note, Rabbi Shmuley, is you've spent 4 minutes personally attacking Candace Owens. I set this up as a debate about what is happening with the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism, and so on and so on. You've turned it all completely, immediately, into an ad hominem onslaught against Candace.
How could you possibly?
Now, I just want to say something about ad hominem here. David, would you agree that not every instance of attacking someone or calling out their personality or calling out their behavior toward you and so on, especially if you have a long history with them in relation to a certain topic, that not every attack on a person and what they have been doing and their dishonesty and so on should be considered an ad hominem fallacy?
Yeah, and the emphasis there is in the fallacy. If you actually go to a logic book, when it says ad hominem fallacy, they usually say irrelevant ad hominem, right?
Yeah.
Because there are all sorts of situations where it's completely relevant to bring out something about your. I mean, keep in mind, if the person's a thief or something like this, and you point out the person's a thief in a discussion of about your ongoing feud with this person, that might be completely relevant. So it's an irrelevant ad hominem, meaning there's an argument here and you're pointing out something about the person that is irrelevant to whether that argument is a good argument or a bad argument. So I would say, yeah, if the official topic is something like, the war or something like that, then yeah, he should have probably addressed that. But if you're having a debate between Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley, and you're specifically having it because of this feud they've been having, are you expecting them not to bring up all this stuff that they've been talking about and going back and forth on? So yeah, entirely understandable.
Plus, you will now see Candace Owens' response, and it's just amazing to me. I mean, again, I want to point out, I don't like Rabbi Shmuley. Okay, and I don't think he's a good representation.
You don't like anybody. It's very rare to hear you say you like somebody.
I think inviting him as a representative here really messes things up. But
not if you're trying to get views. It doesn't.
But this is just ridiculous.
How could you possibly say that? You are speaking to a woman who says the Jews are a ring of demonic pedophiles, and you're saying that I have no right to defend my people? Pierce, you have to stop this once and for all. There was nothing ad hominem at all.
All right.
When Candace says that the black community
you've had your say.
Is a bunch of crybabies,
okay.
Everything I said was policy. I could not disagree more.
Candace will now get the same amount of time, if you want it, Candace, to respond.
Thank you, Piers. And I don't think I really do need to respond to the ad hominem attacks. I think actually one of the things that plausibly unites people across all religions, Muslims, Jews, Christians, is that we all recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is unhinged. He's just mentally, in my view, unwell. And I don't say that as an attack. I say that as just a reality.
Oh, I'm just saying it as a reality. He belongs in a mental asylum. But yeah, I just want to distance myself from his personal attacks. I will not engage in such behavior against such a clearly mentally unstable man who belongs in a mental hospital.
Just want to point out that everyone thinks he's crazy, but of course I'm not going to respond to his
everyone
attacks. But
there's
everyone
one
knows
thing.
He's crazy. He's insane.
There's one
a
thing.
Mental institution.
Yeah, there's one thing that all Christians, all Muslims, all Jews, all Hindus, all atheists, all people of all races everywhere can agree on. Just one thing, and that is, we all can't stand Rabbi Shmuley. Just wanted to get that out of the way, but I'm not going to engage in these personal attacks.
I'm going to say it for lots of people who think the same thing. Candace, I agree with you in essence that lots of people, including Jews...
Get out of here!
Sorry, wrong button. Including Jews, Christians, Muslims, who are not really relevant right now, and so on. Everyone has strong opinions on Rabbi Shmuley. However, the one thing that you should recognize is that you are both quite unhinged. You're both quite...
You're sick! You are sick!
So, yeah.
By the way, that's what I'm trying to figure this out. Around the time of, so like COVID hit, and all of a sudden, like, people started becoming like unhinged. Like, you had people who are making their points, arguing one way or another, and then people who are like, they seem like there's something wrong with them, like with how much they're going off on a particular issue. And now it seems like it's happening more and more with every new thing that comes up. It seems like you'll have all these people who start sounding like mental in various ways. Again, guys, I'm not on all these issues, on the issue of Israel or on the issue of this or that. There are always like discussions and various perspectives and stuff, but you'll start having people like sound like they're insane going over an issue. And anyway, it's here you have people who are known to be very popular speakers for many years now, sounding unhinged.
Very, very, very unhinged. And I actually want to bring up a response.
Hey, movie idea. Has anyone done this?
Yes.
Call a movie like the last sane person or something like this. Like, the entire world actually goes mentally insane, and there's one guy who's completely sane.
Yes.
That's going to be you eventually.
Yes.
Because I'm definitely going to lose it.
Saul here,
Me.
who is a great guy. He said just a week ago already, this next week, Piers Morgan hosts the fight nobody has been waiting for. Grandiose narcissism, that would be Rabbi Shmuley, takes on paranoid schizophrenia, that would be Candace Owens, to prove which is the most self-destructive personality disorder.
That's a good contest. That's a good contest. See, for the person, the paranoid schizophrenia is worse. For everyone else, the narcissism is a bigger problem, because the narcissist will take advantage of everyone else and so on. So as far as the disorders go, depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But a psychopath.
Someone just make things up out of thin air that were never said, and trying to screen that as a defense of Black people. The Black people will never accept Rabbi Shmuley after Michael Jackson put him on a list of people who he felt were ruining his life. So you can stop your pleas with Black America. They won't work. Now, going back to the context of what you've asked us to speak about today, I think one of the things that the world is recognizing, and what we've always recognized, is that there are radical fringe sects that break out within every single...
She said sex. It's not my fault. She literally just said sex. It's not sex, it's sects.
Religion amongst every race. There's white supremacy, there's Black supremacy, there's radical Islam, there are all of these Christ cults around the world. And I think right now it's important for people to understand that...
What cults?
Did she say Christ cults?
There are all of these Christ cults around the world. And
guess she's talking about the cults of like someone who claims to be the Christ or the Messiah or something like that.
Oh, is that what she means? Okay.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't follow cults much, so that's what it sounds like to me.
I guess that's what she means. I don't know. That's weird.
I think right now it's important for people to understand that radical Judaism is also a thing, and you're watching an example of it right now on your screen.
Radical Judaism?
Across from me,
Radical Judaism. Radical Judaism, ladies and gentlemen. Radical Judaism. What does radical Judaism do? What does it do? How does it compare to, for example, cults that are saying we are at the end of times. It is time to take matters into our own hands. Let us put a bunch of nerve gas into a metro station, or give me all your wives. Let them have sex with me. I'm the cult leader. Or extremists going around bombing things, or blowing themselves up, or shooting at things, or what things like that.
Yeah.
And the Jewish extremism here would be just some guy being very religious. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. If you wanted to talk about it, because we discussed this in the past. If you wanted to say some sort of radical Jewish group, I would think of the guys where you see them in the videos. It's a tiny sect, but those guys who go around like spitting in the direction of Christians or something like that. But I mean, think about this. At the end of the day, oh no, they're gonna spit in your direction. Okay, I'd take that all day, every day, over blowing people up over and over again, and taking slaughtering people in the name of God as like this awesome deed that gets you an eternity of deflowering virgins in paradise and so on. So the point is, so you do have it, but to point at Rabbi Shmuley or something like that and say, oh, you're part of a radical, I'd have to see exactly what you mean by radical, because it doesn't seem like of other things that we'd be talking about here.
Look, there is this one group that is known as the Haredi Burqa sect, which is very funny. Sometimes you might see, occasionally, you can see that that people who defend Islam or Muslims will post photos of Jews where the women are wearing burqas and say, "Look, Jews are doing it too. So why are you not talking about them?" And they're then basically posting photos of these guys who are like, I don't know how many in number, like a few hundred or so. You have certain extreme fringe sects like that Jews don't follow and consider kind of weird. You have people like, I don't know, the Sabbatai Zvi, who declared himself to be a messiah and then started going into a whole weird messed up direction, excluded from Jewish community and so on. You have different aspects, different sects that are Jewish and that you could point at as radical. Rabbi Shmuley here, as unhinged as he is simply a regular Orthodox Jew. That's it.
Sitting next to me, I guess, posted on his Facebook page in 2016 a tribute to someone who he said was his mentor. That was Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. He said he was his mentor. And
that's the person you pointed out, where she thinks it's some horrible extremist. And it is interesting, though, because Pierce called out Rabbi Shmuley for going after, and then that's all Candace has been doing too.
Yeah.
So he's going to call her out too, right?
Nope, he's not.
Oh.
Mentor. That was Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. He said he was his
Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. His name is Menachem Mendel Schneerson, and he is considered the greatest rabbi in a long time, known around the world, despite the fact that he's only part of one very well-known Jewish family or Jewish branch of Orthodox Jews known as Chabad, who are also the most influential. He was their leader, the last one. He's still respected around the world by Jews and non-Jews. He was awarded in America. What was that? He was awarded a prize in America for his contributions to education and all kinds of things. He reaches out to other Jews, tries to get rid of the whole separation between, Reform Jews, or conservative Jews, Orthodox Jews, just embracing everyone, going outside and also helping non-Jews and reminding them of believing in God and so on. This guy's anything but an extremist. Anything but an extremist. Okay, you can probably point at some extremist figures somewhere, and Actually, there are some people who are certain rabbis that people always pull up, who say some crazy things that most Jews reject and most rabbis condemn. Like there's this one Rabbi Mizrahi, something. You could point at that guy, but not at the Rebbe. This guy is loved, man, and he has been contributing to nothing but love and togetherness and tolerance and so on. I could go on forever about the guy, okay? And I will, but let's continue.
Mentor and his friend. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Rabbi Schneerson, there were some Jews who believed that he was and is the Messiah. So rejecting Christ, but believing that that rabbi was his Messiah.
Do you see what she just did here? So she presents this as radical and extreme, then talks about the Rebbe as an extreme one. Then she says that there are some Jews who believe that he is the Messiah and they reject Jesus and they accept him as the Messiah. Okay, now for you, right, from your perspective, for you as somebody who supposedly believes in Jesus as the Messiah, this might be untrue, this might be bad, this might be rejected and all that. But how in the world does that make him appalling, disgusting, objectively an extremist, a radical, whatever it is? You could also just as well point at Islam in general and say, and they reject that Jesus is the Son of God, and they reject his divinity. This is sick. You might not know this. This is a difference in belief, man.
Yeah, that's weird. So that would be like Jews saying, "Hey, did you know these Christians believe Jesus is the Messiah?" That's extreme radical. That's some radical extremist stuff right there, because they have different view on the identity of the Messiah.
It is so
stupid. Yeah, you'd have to first establish that the guy is an extremist, and then say, therefore, accepting him would also qualify you as some sort of extremist. But I don't know enough about him, but based on what you say, sounds like a pretty moderate dude, not some lunatic.
Schneerson was posthumously awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, honoring Schneerson for his outstanding and enduring contributions toward world education.
Because Jews run the government, AP. Come on. What's wrong with you?
He started a whole thing about offering kids something at school.
Yes. What? I'm just asking questions, but why the fixation on kids? I'm just asking questions. Just why does this guy want to help kids so much?
Yeah.
Now, you may remember in the news recently, there was this radicalized faction of the Lubavitch Orthodox community in Brooklyn that were digging tunnels in Brooklyn and hurling benches at police officers. Well,
pay attention.
Community in Brooklyn that were digging tunnels in Brooklyn and hurling benches at police officers. Well, and by the way, this is per the Times of Israel, that faction of individuals are followers of Rabbi Schneerson. So again, you
Now, how was that relevant? How in the world was that relevant?
Well,
and what exactly is she implying?
If you're saying these are radical tunnel digging lunatics who attack police officers, and they're followers of this rabbi, and this is a rabbi who massively influenced Rabbi Shmuley here, then that's the connection. So the question is she right about this stuff? Sounds like you're saying no, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
In fact, it is unless you are going to trust insane people who make it look like it is common sense, and then depict Jews as these crazy people who are doing all kinds of evil, messed up things. You should know, if you follow the actual information by now, that there is nothing really weird about the incident that makes this group weird, and there is nothing really evil or messed up. There is, however, simply an act of misconduct on behalf of certain members of the group who did not listen to the main leadership of the group and who tried to, without getting approval, expand their space by I don't know, working in the basement and digging and so on. They didn't create an underground tunnel network where they were doing, I don't know, all kinds of weird, messed up things in New York. That never happened.
Child
That
sex.
never happened. None of that ever happened.
That's where they were cooking the Christian kids in their matzahs.
What happened? In fact, what happened is that just for context here. Here is the incident. So Lubavitch, Chabad Lubavitch is how the group is known. This is the group is a branch of Orthodox Judaism originating from Eastern Europe, one of the largest Hasidic dynasties, and so on. They have their space in Brooklyn, have been very influential. The leadership itself called the police to the spot in order for them to intervene, because something was going on where certain people that are part of the group were, without getting approval, trying to expand their space and thereby apparently endangering the property. That's the issue. That's all there is. That's the issue. And then they started fighting. Apparently, they started fighting. They started not listening to the leadership. Then the police arrived, and they started fighting with the police. And the police detained a few people, and that's it. That's all that happened. That's literally all that happened. Okay.
Or is it all that happened? You don't know
Yes.
what information has been silenced by the Jewish media.
Why, the Jews have been hiding what actually happened. It's so ridiculously dumb. It's literally a little disagreement and misconduct on property. You could say it's proper damage at worst, which they are now which they turned on the first day into some weird conspiracy that includes children and sex and sacrifice and all that. That's it. These people are insane.
Yeah, I have to say, AP, so in their openings, they both focused on each other rather than on the Israel-Hamas war. They focused on their personal beef with each other. I have to say, though, so far, Rabbi Shmuley seems to be way more accurate than Candace. Just so far, right? Like he was pointing out, like, you can question whether he should have been bringing this up instead of focusing more on the Israel. Again, I don't know what Pierce would be expecting, because you got two people who are fighting constantly on social media and then say, okay, now talk to each other. This is going to come out. So you could question whether he should have spent all his time going after Candace, or whether he crossed the line saying, these guys aren't Christians or something like that. But overall, he's pretty accurate in what he's saying about Candace. Candace doesn't seem terribly accurate in what she's saying here. That's all I'll point out.
So here's Bootless said, I mean, that tunnel story got absolutely buried and no one investigated anything before filling the tunnels. But hey, nonsense. I'm sorry to say this, but you are just you are going by stupid rumors.
But Nick Fuentes,
it has been thoroughly investigated. Everything is already known about it. There's nothing weird about it. It has been resolved, and the issue was basically about a small group of members of this group disagreeing and trying to expand their space. That's it. That's all that happened. All that happened. There were things like there was trash behind the building, including a mattress, high chairs, and things like that were thrown around to get them out of the way. And people started associating that and saying, "Why is there a mattress? Why is there a dirty mattress there? What are they doing down there? Why is there a high chair?
What are they doing to the
putting
kids?
Babies down there." It's so ridiculous, man. You only do this when Jews are in question. Only. Which doesn't say anything about Jews. It says a lot about you people.
You have Rabbi Shmuley who believes...
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you people?
Y'all. That's what I mean.
Okay. That's better.
They believed that he was the Messiah. What is it that becomes important to understand? What did Rabbi Schneerson preach? Well, he preached Jewish supremacism, the hatred of...
Jewish supremacism.
all non-Jews. And you don't have to
The hatred of all non-Jews.
take my word for it, because if I Jewish supremacism, the hatred of all non-Jews, and you don't have to take my word for it, because if I said it, they would say that's anti-Semitism. You should instead take the word
The hatred of all non-Jews.
of the two Jewish professors who translated his work. Those authors' names were Israel Shahak and Norton Mezvinsky, and their book was
It was
entitled
actually Israel Shahak who was very anti-Israel and also anti-traditional Judaism, who wrote a book in which he alleged that that Rabbi Schneerson said something about how non-Jews are inferior in nature. However, there is no source to it at all. It leads back nowhere. There is no source to it. It is generally thought to be made up, and this is her only source. She relies on something that is generally thought to be made up without source. There is no single instance, and I challenge anyone out there. And this is actually what made me a little bit mad about this debate, that Rabbi Shmuley, in his response here, did not even address this part about the rabbi, and instead focused on himself and his own ego, which makes me think that he cares more about himself and his own ego than about the allegations about the rabbi and the groups. There is no single instance where he ever expressed hatred of non-Jews, and I challenge anyone to actually find me anything that says where he preached hatred for non-Jews. Anything. Any source. He was the opposite.
Titled Jewish Fundamentalism in Israel. From that book, we learned that Shmuley's mentor, Schneerson, describes the difference between a Jew and a non-Jew. And he says, quote, "Thus, we do not have a case of profound change in which a person is merely on a superior level. The body of a Jewish person is of totally different quality from the body of all nations of the world." And he talks about the substance of the Jewish body versus the substance of non-Jews, saying that the inner quality, quote, is so different and so great that the body should be considered completely different species. So that is a belief. And you can go through his speeches and you will see that he continually talks about how non-Jews should be treated, and that, again, we are a different species. This is what Rabbi Shmuley believes in. We have to come to terms with the fact that there are Jewish radicals, and it's incumbent upon.
All right, so here is the issue. It is a quote that is misattributed and that is sourceless. What she is just trying to describe here and misunderstanding and misrepresenting, and I must say not because she knows, but because she is completely ignorant. What she is trying to represent here is a certain teaching that is part of Jewish mysticism, according to which, so here is the deal. The ideas, and these are just beliefs, but they are very, very complicated. The idea is that all humans have different kinds of spirits, and every single human, including every Jewish human and every non-Jewish human, has the basic spirit, which is considered the animal spirit. But pay attention, this is not just something that non-Jews have, okay? This is something that Jews and non-Jews have. So both Jews and non-Jews, according to this mysticist idea, have something that is known as the animal spirit. People who believe in God and who are Jews also have a spirit, in addition to that carries a divine spark. That is the Jewish idea. A special divine spark. The problem here is that that the idea is not that only Jews have this. The idea is that non-Jews also obtain this by simply being righteous and following the 7 Noahide laws, for example. So any non-Jew who is who simply follows certain basic 7 laws, which are belief in God, no adultery, establishing courts, and so on, very basic laws, is considered a righteous Gentile, and righteous Gentiles also then have this spirit and are pretty much on the same level. There is no difference. That's it. That's it. In fact, the teaching is also that that certain people who are non-Jews and who later on convert to Judaism basically obtain that spirit, because the idea of that is basically that God gives them something which helps them discern good from bad in a better way and follow God's commandments. So that is the idea. It is not that it makes you a superhuman or superior and others inferior or anything like that. It is about mysticism and about discerning right from wrong and so on. That's it. That's all there is. This is what she's trying to represent here, but she doesn't know what she's talking about. She does not know what she's talking about. And if you want to understand Jewish mysticism or Jewish perspectives, Jewish mystical Kabbalah perspectives on the soul, which are, by the way, not even a fundamental aspect of belief in Judaism, so you don't have to accept that. This is just an interpretation. You could go to a better source like Maimonides, for example, or I don't know, Jewish scholars. You can go to the Rabbi himself, who will explain that lengthily in different texts. Let's see. I think I found I had an article on this earlier that I wanted to go through. I wanted to read it for myself at first, but here there's basically a question once asked to him in a letter by another person, talking about the souls of non-Jews, and if it is right that according to some people there is this interpretation that non-Jews don't have proper souls or something like that. This is the response, a letter that is archived from the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson himself, whom she maligns here as somebody who says Jews are superior and non-Jews and non-Jews should be hated. I am in receipt of your letter in which you refer to a discussion that you had on the question of whether or not Gentiles have a neshama, which is the soul in question. I cannot see where there could have been any difference of opinion on this matter, inasmuch as it is explicitly stated in various sources, and statements are also found in various sections of Tanakh, Isaiah 42:5, 57:16, to the effect that Gentiles also have a neshama. It seems to me, therefore, that you may have been arguing at cross purposes, and that perhaps the question related more to the fact that there are different levels and qualities of soul. Now, if this was the point of contention, then it is true that the soul of a Gentile and the soul of a Jew differ in their nature, this being connected with one of the basic principles of the Torah, the fact that the Jews are a people chosen from among the nations of the world. This chosenness originates in the fact that when God was about to give the Torah at Mount Sinai, he first offered it to all the other nations of the world who refused to accept it. The Jewish people did accept it. Needless to add, this is in no way inconsistent with the statement of our sages to the effect that the righteous among the Gentiles have a special status, and according to the Rambam, that is Maimonides, also have a share in the world to come. But wait a minute. Candace just said that this guy taught to hate non-Jews.
He did.
That's
He
weird.
said chosen. He said chosen. He did say chosen. It's right there. Ha! Ha! Busted.
Look here, it gets even worse for people like Candace. Judging by your letter, it is surely unnecessary for me to emphasize to you what has already been indicated above, namely that our belief in the chosenness of the Jewish people is not a matter of chauvinism or fanaticism. Chauvinism would be, superiority, supremacy, and all that. Look, this is the rabbi himself. This is not Candace, not me, not somebody else. This is the rabbi himself in a letter explaining his stance on Jews and Gentiles. So, that our belief in the chosenness of the Jewish people is not a matter of supremacism, of chauvinism or fanaticism, but rather the deep felt realization that this uniqueness carries with it great responsibilities and special obligations. This is why, for example, Jews have to fulfill 613 mitzvot commandments, whereas Gentiles are not obligated to observe kashrut, kosher, and various other restrictions connected with the idea of holiness being the essential aspect of the Jewish soul. Here again, holiness would be in reference to observe these commandments, all of these, the 613 that God laid on you, because that is what is holy. You have to do it. As for those who are not Jews, they don't have to do it. All they have to do is simply follow 7 rules. And those 7 rules, by the way, are something as simple as this. And every Christian and every non-Jew who has the simple understanding of morality would probably agree with them. And I'm trying to access it, and I can't for some reason. It doesn't load. Okay, here it is. The 7 Noahide laws, universal morality. The 7 Noahide laws are rules that all of us must keep, regardless of who we are or from who we come. Without these 7 things, it would be impossible for humanity to live together in harmony. 1, do not profane God's oneness in any way.
Check.
2, do not curse your creator.
Check.
3, do not murder.
Check.
4, do not eat a limb of a still living animal.
Never crossed my mind.
I did think about it. 5, do not steal.
Check.
Why did it say do not steal? Why? 6, harness and channel the human libido.
Been
so
doing it for
incest,
years.
adultery, and homosexual relations are forbidden. And finally, 7, establish courts of law and ensure justice in our world. Very, very controversial, right, David?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, this is some serious extremist stuff here.
Really, really extremist stuff here, man. Really extremist stuff here. This is it. This is all that is expected. And Jews, on top of that, have a much higher burden. That's it. If I allude here to the special obligations which are incumbent upon a Jew as a Jew, it is only for the sake of emphasizing that what is at issue is not whether a Jew should meet minimal or even average standards, but that it is in fact incumbent upon him to attain the very maximum. In truth, this is self-evident, for inasmuch as God has given us the innate capacity to attain the very heights of the spiritual and the holy, it is only right that we learn how to recognize this incomparable divine gift, while any lack of effort to utilize it to the utmost would be in the nature of a derogation. And if in one's business or profession one always tries to give one's very best, for to do less would be to risk being branded a failure, how much more so in regard to spiritual capacities, which are of vital benefit not only to one's self, but also to one's surroundings and the world at large, with blessings. That's it. Does this sound like Jewish supremacy and hatred of non-Jews? No, it does not. The opposite. It says here very, very clearly that that is not at all what this is about.
You apparently missed the part where he clearly said chosen.
Yeah. Why do they say chosen? Where did they get that from? Where would they get such a crazy idea from?
So
definitely not from the Bible.
So most of Candace's case so far has been this rabbi was an extremist lunatic, and his followers are digging tunnels and attacking police. So his followers are extremists, and Rabbi Shmuley really liked the guy. So therefore, he's bad.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. In fact, how could the greatest rabbi of our time teach such a thing when this here is very, very well known? This is very extremely well known among Talmud students. This part here, the Mishnah cites another reason Adam the first man was created alone, and this was done due to the importance of maintaining peace among people, so that one person will not say to another, my father, i.e. progenitor, is greater than your father. And it was also so that the heretics who believe in multiple gods will not say there are many authorities in heaven and each created a different person. So all humans are considered equal. And it further says that each and every person, all humanity needs to consider that that the universe or that the world was created for him, not Jews. This is the Jewish view. And yet you have Candace Owens distorting such things And then you have Candace Owens fans here saying, "Oh, this is a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. No, but don't believe you're Jewish."
The Jewish community to call them out. I'm glad that you brought up my rhetoric about Black Lives Matter, the organization, and which was basically allowing Black criminals to take to the street to burn down, to loot, and to riot in the name of racism, because it shows that I'm on equal footing here, that across the board, I do not support supremacism, whether it's coming from my community or whether or not it is coming from yours. And I think the entire world is now paying attention and wondering, what is...
I'm pretty sure that the token Black woman on the right is never suspected of being a Black supremacist anyway. So there's no need to clarify.
No one, Candace, was accusing you of being a Black supremacist. We're happy to accuse you of all kinds of things. Not that.
Definitely not that. That's the last thing anyone is ever going to accuse you of. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Is going on in Israel? What is this government? Is this a radical fringe government? And many people are concluding that the answer to that question is yes.
Many people, that means me, myself, and I, and then maybe also some others. I'm sure there are others out there. Who makes this conclusion that Israel is taken over by a radical government that is doing bad things? People just hate Israel. They're not arguing that it's the fault of a radical government that is secretly taking over and doing things.
Fringe government. And many people are concluding that the answer to that question is yes.
Fringe government that has the support of half of the population. White Trash Panda said, "You ever going to do that Aladdin stream?" I don't think so. I don't really care about the guy. Corrick 57, "This didn't go well for the rabbi." I agree. Sergeant Beard's trajectory said, "You'll intellectually submit to me like your white master." With golden shower. Broom Squad, welcome Broom Squad. Candace got crushed and I always chose the cow. I appreciate it, but I think they both got crushed in their own right. Go Trippers! Hey, Go Trippers! Hey, guess what?
Trippers!
Oh, hi, fellow goats. What is Bible equivalent of Sahih Muslim 2922? 2922. 2922.
I know that reference. I can't think of what the hadith is, but I know that reference.
The last hour would not come unless the Muslims will fight against the Jews.
I knew it was one we used pretty regular.
And the Muslims would kill them until the Jews would hide behind a stone or a tree. And a stone or a tree would say, "Muslim, servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him." But the tree Argad would not say, "For it is a tree of the Jews." Can you imagine if this was ever found about others in a Jewish text? They would never, ever shut up about it. But this is found in Islamic texts. It was written only within the first centuries of Islam, reported about Muhammad, the prophet himself. The prophecy to fight and kill and eradicate the Jews. And they are still playing the victim and accusing the non-Muslims of being the hateful, genocidal ones. This is an authentic hadith by Muhammad, which the Muslim world knows of and believes in. This is what Islam is. Being known as Michael Jackson, Rabbi is wild. Catch me outside, how about that? Yeah. Annotate loves Jews now and the cow. That's true. Hey, David Wood, you asked for a jingle celebrating when Muslims contradict their own God. It's on my channel, Farfour. Congratulations on apostasy. Sing along. Interesting. The Woods did me. Ayatollah Khamenei, we need a young, hot rabbi that can do the rounds on the show. We need a Rabbi Rizler. Yeah, we do.
That would be a funny name, Rabbi Rizler.
Rabbi Riz. Could shorten it for Rabbi Riz. Mark Raunch-Winger says, "Why did y'all interview him? That aged poorly." Yeah, I should have known more about him before interviewing him.
No, I was fine with it. It was he was on Muhammad Hijab. He was on with Muhammad Hijab, and we had him on to discuss things.
And he was good. He was all right.
There would be no problem having either one of these, either Candace or Rabbi Shmuley, on for a discussion.
Yeah, but the thing about Candace Owens is that she is possibly part of an extremist sect that is very hateful, and that also there are questions that they might be engaged in certain very extremely questionable things, like, I don't know, sex trafficking, child sacrifice, child trafficking, and so on. And I'm not making any allegations here. I'm just
asking,
putting thoughts out there.
And we have to ask, why is no one talking about this?
Yeah.
Why is the media ignoring these concerns?
It looks to me as if the media is trying to suppress this.
Because Candace controls the media.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the two opening statements. Rabbi Shmuley, let me ask you this.
Notice this. Pierce totally rebuked Rabbi Shmuley for talking about her directly. Candace did the very same thing. Pierce didn't say a thing.
Where are we now with this war? Because it seems that the people inside Israel are now beginning to come after Prime Minister Netanyahu, angry that his mission to save the hostages is simply not working. We saw 6 more executed at the weekend. Obviously, that's on Hamas. But the relatives of other hostages are saying, for God's sake, bring back the hostages before it's too late. And there's no sign of any deal being done to do that. And there's a lot of pressure on
What's that noise?
On Netanyahu. Is
someone on this show has a car going by outside them. We do not know whose place.
What kind of a lack of professionalism, the absence of hikmah here.
You don't know what position these people are in. Candace is probably in her own little office right now. She might be beside a major road. You don't know. Stop hating. Stop hating.
His mission statement failing?
Yes, I will answer that in just a moment. But Pierce, your guest just called me mentally unhinged. She called me filth twice on your show. You did not just say to her, Candace, can you stop the ad hominem attacks? Did I ever say anything? I stuck to policy. Can you at least just be fair and say, that's unnecessary, Candace, or is this too against law?
Well, no. You spent 4 minutes lacerating her.
Calling me mentally unhinged, is that
you're sitting there to defend that charge?
Is that ad hominem?
You spent 4 minutes attacking her personally. She's perfectly entitled
Pierce,
to
with all due respect, when one of your guests calls someone else filth, I think that you, as an English gentleman, should step in. But let me answer your question. No less.
I must say that that calling somebody hateful, saying that somebody is not being a good Christian, saying that somebody is being anti-Semitic and all that is not equal, really, in any sense, to calling someone mentally unwell, filth, mentally unhinged, extremist, and so on. I'm not sure how Pierce thinks that that what Candace did is just like what he did. I mean, seriously, man?
The only thing of Christ that Candace Owens has actually fulfilled comes from Matthew chapter 10, verse 35, where Jesus says, I've come to separate and create conflict between a woman and her mother-in-law and father-in-law. My answer to your question about...
He actually wrote it down. He's looking at his note. Look at that.
And verse that Candace Owens has actually fulfilled comes from Matthew chapter 10, verse 35, where Jesus says, I've come to separate and create conflict between a woman and her mother-in-law and father-in-law. My answer to your question about Gaza is that Lord Michael Farmer, a courageous...
And he is now explaining why he just did that, why he just quoted the gospel. Because, actually I should pull this up as he speaks.
British peer, who happens to be Candace Owens' father-in-law, issued one of the most robust and beautiful defenses of Israel that any of us have read since October 7th. He said that, of course, there's a lot of terrible Palestinian casualties. God loves every Palestinian child as much as he loves a Jewish child. He said that Israel has no choice but to fight this war because Hamas hides in residential areas and under nurseries. He said that Israel, the savagery of October 7th, demands a response. He said that Israel is doing exactly the right thing. And he said that he's doing all this in response to a, quote, high-profile member of his family. The contempt to not even mention his daughter-in-law, Candace Owens, because he didn't want to say her name. And he didn't even say, I love my daughter-in-law, but because the British remember Hitler, they remember the Battle of Britain, they remember the V-1 and V-2 rockets. Candace Owens has actually now said that the Nazis were the good guys and it was the allies, the British, people like yourself, Pierce, who engaged in the ethnic cleansing of 12 million people based on some documentary she watched called The Savage Peace on the BBC, which...
Now, I must say that I think that Rabbi Shmuley's comments on Michael Farmer are a little bit, I don't know, a little bit too much. There's really no need to get into the personal relationship between Michael Farmer, Candace Owens' father-in-law.
Oh, this is just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but he is pointing out for the discussion that in fact this happened. Michael Farmer is the father-in-law of Candace Owens, and as Candace Owens was going viral for saying some really, really messed up things about Jews and Israel and all that, he felt the need to make a statement and posted it right here. He said, in view of public comments from a high-profile member of my family, that would be Candace Owens, I want to put my own views on anti-Semitism and Israel's current military campaign in Gaza on public record. He didn't have to do this. He did this in response to Candace being very unhinged and messed up. As a teenager growing up in the wake of World War II, I became very aware of the cruelty meted out before and during that conflict against Jewish people because they were Jewish. I found it impossible to comprehend how humans could intentionally be as cruel as possible to others. Whilst the general opinion on Britain was that it would never happen here, even then I thought really and sensed it could happen anywhere. Such sadism lay dormant in the heart of everyone. Then, as a young man, I worked with many Jewish people in the city. The boss in one of my first jobs had come to Britain on a kinder transport. Kinder transport, by the way, for those who don't know, is the transport of Jewish children from occupied German places, from places occupied by Nazi Germany.
They were smuggling them out
secretly and smuggled out of Nazi control in order to save their lives. Lots of people were brought this way and smuggled into the UK, while their parents were taken to concentration camps and killed.
Hey, AP, you ever see the video of that dude? He was all old and they wanted to honor him for for getting people out, and he sits down and then they announce, hey, everyone who is here,
what's his name? Because
you're a descendant of someone that this guy saved, please stand up. And it was the entire crowd. Like the entire crowd was there because this one dude saved them all.
Yeah. It was also messed up because he just kept it to himself all his life and didn't talk about it. And
so there were all these people around like, this dude like saved us. He smuggled us out of places and stuff. And we're only around because this guy saved us and stuff. They finally tell this dude after all these, he's all old, and they're like, hey, let's come here. We wanted to honor you. And he comes.
Yeah,
and then literally everyone in the place stands up because he saved them all.
They made a movie about him just recently,
cool.
with what's his name, Anthony Hopkins. They just made a movie about him. Would totally recommend watching it. Very, very nice. It's called One Life. One Life. They just made the movie about it.
All the letters. But back here is the list of all the children. This is Vera Diamant, now Vera Gissing. We did find her name on his list. Vera Gissing is with us here tonight. Hello, Vera. And I should tell you that you are actually sitting next to Nicholas Winton. Hello. And it was just so wonderful. So.
And it continues, and what they do is they announce.
Winton, if so, could you stand up, please? Tonight, who owes their life to Nicholas Winton? If so, could you stand up, please?
He didn't know about any of this. He was just invited into the studio to sit down, and they invited people who were saved by him. And he gets up and looks at them and can't believe it and starts crying. Look, why is he crying?
Little weakling.
This guy is an actual hero, man. Not your pimps like Andrew Tate. Anyway,
but I saved lots of girls too.
I saved their
I'm
lives.
the real hero.
Webcam.
I'm saving young men.
I put them on webcam. I put the girls on webcam and made money with them and put them on OnlyFans. And all those men who were desperate, who wanted to watch sex stuff, they started watching them all because of me. I'm a hero. I often experienced kindness and thoughtfulness from Jewish friends as well at a time when I had few close relationships. The best man at my by the way, that guy saved 600 people, 662 lives.
Hey, that dude also lived to be age 106. He was 106,
Really?
died in 2015.
That's
106, man.
oof.
With the exception of my
106
grandfather, every guy in my family dies around 50, and I'm 48.
That's crazy. But yeah, he saved 600 and something people, and he was sad that he couldn't save more. 669 people, and all that. Yeah.
And if you're talking about the descendants, then all of a sudden you end up with like thousands and thousands of people.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. It's an illustration of that principle that, you know, from the Talmud that the Quran copied, that if you kill a man, it's as if you're killing all mankind and so on. But that's kind of the idea. If you save someone, you're not just saving him, you're saving all his future generations of people.
Yeah. In fact, I think that was brought up to him while he was engaged in volunteering and saving people. He took out loans to invest into smuggling those people into the UK without expecting anything in return. Pretty based. The best man at my wedding and lifelong friend was Jewish. I became a Christian in my mid-30s and became aware of the latent rebellion in my own heart against my Creator. The Bible says we all need a Savior because we all fall short of goodness. We aspire to and expect from the others. We aspire to goodness because we are made in God's image and He is good. Jesus Christ is God's Son. He came into space and time as a Jewish man. He fulfilled Jewish law. His mother was Jewish, and his closest followers were ordinary Jewish men and women. No, Nick Fuentes says they weren't Jews. He came to save us from the consequences of our rebellion. I recently visited Israel and am a member of a UK Israel support group, but am very aware of the human heart and that no one group always acts with perfect intent and motivation. However, that does not mean there is never an aggressor who needs to be repelled. Israel is a rare example of a democracy in the Middle East. Yes. A liberal state governed by the rule of law. Of course, it has the right to defend itself, its citizens, when murderously attacked on its soil in one of the cruelest and most callous pogroms in history. Is this going on forever? Okay, no, it's almost over. We cannot forget the large number of innocent hostages that were taken. Many have died, and some are still missing. Israel faces an existential threat as Hamas, the terrorist organization, has stated their intention to destroy it. And of course, the plight of civilians in Gaza is also utterly appalling. But I see Israel has little option but to fight its enemy where it chooses to hide itself, in tunnels under key infrastructure and behind innocent civilians.
Tunnels, you see?
Yeah.
What about the Jews? What about the Jews and their tunnels? Oh, AP won't be consistent and point that out.
No, he's trying to ignore this. A recent letter from international military leaders said that the Israel Defense Forces were acting in a highly accountable way in an extremely complex and difficult environment. We cannot forget that they have been forced to prosecute this war. To conclude, I should point out that I am the Christian deputy chair of the Council for Christians and Jews. This was founded in 1942 as a bulwark against anti-Semitism, and our monarch has always been its patron, Lord Michael Farmer, father-in-law of Candace Owens. Alhamdulillah.
What kind of son did this dude raise, man?
Yeah.
documentary she watched called The Savage Piece on the BBC, which wasn't even about the Allies. She always distorts. It was about the Czechoslovakia, a country that no longer even exists. And as far as what she said about Michael Jackson, putting me on enemies list, that is a total fabrication. It was invented by someone named Dieter Wietzner, who sued Michael Jackson for
I looked it up. It's true. Michael Jackson never actually said such a thing. So she used a fake reference once again. It's hard to take her seriously when this is all she does all the time.
$54 million tried to shake him down, and Michael had to pay him $4 million. I worked to save Michael's life. Candace Owens never met Michael Jackson. I was his rabbi for 2 years. I love him. I missed him. I tried to get him off of drugs. She said that I killed him. And talk.
What were you saying?
Nothing.
You were saying, hey.
About the contempt for people struggling with addiction, that she would say the Jews killed Michael Jackson. And with all due respect, Pierce, you have not said that one of those things, that I'm a murderer, a man who doesn't have a speeding ticket, who doesn't have a parking ticket, is a murderer, and the police have to come and the FBI to protect me. Are you?
You know what's funny? People say I don't even have a speeding ticket. I can also say that I have no speeding ticket. However, I do have a ticket that I got once for a rule that is very interesting. That is improper use of left lane. That's it. Because I was driving forever on the left side.
Yeah, some places that you're only supposed to use it for passing, right?
And I was driving on the left side. I wasn't looking around. I was just driving. I'm like, oh God.
It was after you got back. It was after you got back from the UK and you couldn't figure out which side you're supposed to drive on.
And then the police stops me and they're like, well, first off, you were going too fast. You were driving 95 on a 70 something. But I looked past that. You were also driving on the left when I was behind you and you didn't move over. I was like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah. You should have straightened him out, man. You should have been recording the entire time. You said, hey, buddy, you want to be famous? You want to be famous? Because I'm going to make you famous, officer. Help. This police officer is attacking me because I'm Turkish.
I said to him, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you know that I have connections in Israel? And he said to me, I don't give a damn. Yeah. And then he gave me the ticket. So yeah, I tried.
Here's
what I'm going to say to you, Rabbi Shmuley. Once again, you've just singularly failed to answer my question. So if you're just going to continue every time I ask you a question about the war, which is the point of the debate, to just launch into Candace or her family or whatever, that's your decision. But in the interest of fairness, every time you speak to 3-4...
The funny thing is, I agree partly that Rabbi Shmuley here once again didn't stick to the actual point. He did, however, through bringing up Michael Farmer, address the actual war. That is something that he did. But yeah, I'm kind of conflicted on whether we should accept Pierce's framing here or not.
Her father-in-law.
Well, hang on. I'm not going to let Candace respond. If you want to, Candace, look, it is obviously a matter of public record that your father-in-law, Lord Farmer, did post on X what he posted. He concluded by saying, I point out I'm the Christian deputy chair of the Council for Christians and Jews. This was founded in 1942 as a bulwark against anti-Semitism. I mean, do you want to say anything about what your father-in-law posted or anything else that Rabbi Shmuley just said?
Yeah, I'm grateful that he brought that up, and because it's very disturbing to me to see him try to pretend that my father-in-law distanced from me or said something in favor of anything that Rabbi Shmuley is saying. He would never do that. It is very important to understand that, he does support Israel, and he has reaffirmed his support for Israel.
What? How can this be true? How can your father-in-law support Israel? You're sick. Yeah, I must say that Rabbi Shmuley was being dirty about that. He made assumptions that he shouldn't have made. That's it.
And you can imagine that within any family, you have disagreements about things, but fundamentally, it's all love, and it's good for us to have these conversations. Prior to him posting the statement, I had just gotten back from vacation with him. literally 48 hours earlier. There was something incredibly demonic about a person trying to use the Bible at the beginning of his statement, as he did, trying to quote scripture and immediately following it up by trying to pull a family apart. I mean, that is utterly unholy. And I think the question of holiness and what is holy
Unholy Shmuley.
is relevant to this discussion. I think this is a conversation.
Are
that
you
a lot of people
joking?
have
I mean,
as well.
seriously.
Look,
I mean, you can agree with kind of the gist of what she's saying, but like, Candace is all about holiness. Like, are you joking? I mean, seriously, her talking that I'm just all about holiness and blah blah. It's like Andrew Tate. I'm all about helping young people. Like, no, you're not. Freaking idiot. Anyway,
freaking idiot. Freaking idiot.
prior to October 7th, I don't think many people were engaged with what is happening in Israel. You know, we kind of all said the same thing. Israel is our friend and ally. I count myself among those people. Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw.
Candies.
This is just so stupid. She is talking about herself, all right? It wasn't that people weren't aware of what's going on in Israel. People were aware of what's going on in Israel, or those people who were actually paying attention. Nothing actually changed. Candace herself had no clue what in the world is happening in Israel. That's it.
She
Candace Owens
she did know that Muslims were being confined to the Muslim quarter. Where there's this barrier around there, and they get shot if they try to flee the Muslim quarter of the old city of Jerusalem. AP.
Of course, I have to play the clip. I thought of the same thing immediately as soon as this came up, but I will have to play the clip. Candace's knowledge of Israel is displayed right here.
Quarters. This is where
this was at the beginnings of the conflict. I posted this in March, but I think this took place in October or November or so. This conversation that she had. Look at this. This is her ridiculous knowledge of Israel.
So when I'm walking through Jerusalem and they say these are the Muslim quarters, this is where the Muslims are allowed to live, that doesn't feel like a bastion of freedom to me. So I guess.
Oh, I don't think it's where they're allowed to live in Jerusalem. I think it's that there's an Armenian quarter. It's not saying the Armenians can only live here. It's that there are communities, just like there's a Jewish community in Jersey here, and there's a Muslim community in here. I don't think, to my understanding, it's not restrictions within Israel proper of where Israeli.
I think it is where they have. I think it is where they have. I mean, at least that's what the rabbi.
She actually insisted, and then she blames it on a rabbi.
A rabbi told me, and I trust everything every rabbi.
Who was taking me around. He said these are the Muslim quarters, so this is where the Muslims
live. But he didn't say anything about legally saying they cannot live in other places within Israel proper. I mean, there's Israeli.
I'm sorry, but if you are watching this clip, if you see this clip, and you are a fan of Candace or not, you have to agree that this is so ridiculously stupid. This is so unbelievably ridiculously retarded.
Yeah, AP. I went to Fordham University. If you go outside Fordham University, on one side there's a place called Little Italy. And it's called Little Italy because that's the only place where Italians are allowed to live here in America. And I don't consider that a bastion of freedom when Italians are all forced to live in one little area. And I used to catch the bus, but the China bus was the cheapest. So I would go down to Chinatown to catch a bus out of state because it was only like $49. And so I would go down there to Chinatown and just realizing that in Manhattan there's a place called Chinatown, which is the only place Chinese people are allowed to live in America.
Ooh.
I mean, I look at this and it's just like, how can America be this bastion of freedom where Chinese people are forced to live here and Italian people are forced to live here? I mean, how can this be the land of the free and the home of the brave, AP? You're not explaining any of this.
It's so stupid, man. It's so stupid. Chinatown. Why are Chinese people only allowed to live in Chinatown? That doesn't sound like a bastion.
Look right there, Jewish quarter too. I mean,
why are Jews only allowed to live here?
Why
is this?
They're not allowed to live anywhere else in the entire world.
Why is Israel oppressing Jews? Why are Jews only allowed to live here?
I don't consider this a bastion of freedom if Jews are confined to that little area.
In fact, if anything, if this was actually what Candace makes it look like, then we would have to say that the Muslims are the most privileged here. That Israel is really giving Muslims lots of privilege because Muslims have the biggest quarter. They have also direct access to the Temple Mount.
And they're also the majority. They're also the
Yes.
majority. There's a Muslim majority in the old city of Jerusalem. I have to say, we've been all over the Christian quarter. We've been all over the Muslim quarter. We've been in a Jewish quarter a little bit when we're heading down to some places. I don't recall us being much in the Armenian quarter. To check that out next time.
We didn't go there. I think the place the road that we were. The street that we walked down all the time was between the Armenian quarter and the Christian quarter. So that's where we were walking here. But I think we never actually went into the Armenian quarter.
Well, because we'd be shot, and there was no way for us to get across the 100-foot wall and the razor wire with all the armed guards who were there to keep the Armenians in that little place.
We stayed in the Christian quarter here. But even the Christian quarter is just... lots of Muslims. And then we went a lot into the Muslim quarter and a little bit into the Jewish quarter just to basically go to the Western Wall. That's it. That's what we did. But even the Jewish quarter is full of Muslims. The Christian quarter is full of Muslims. The Muslim quarter is full of Muslims. I hear that the Armenian quarter is a little bit different demographically. I didn't personally see it. But Candace Owens actually hears this and thinks, well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like equality. If there's a Muslim quarter, then that sounds like Israel is oppressing people.
Yeah, and then the guy calls her on it, and then it's no, but that's what a rabbi told me. A rabbi told me Muslims are only allowed to live here.
So when I'm walking through Jerusalem and and they say these are the Muslim quarters, this is where the Muslims are allowed to live.
Notice she says quarters, right? That's a different meaning. It's quarter because they divide it up into 4 sections, right? Quarter. When you say quarters, that means like the place you're allowed to live, in the place where you're living.
And by the way, this is not even it's not even something that Israel set up. It came into existence
it predates
long
that.
before Israel. During the Ottoman Empire, that's when it happened, because people were gathering in specific parts of the town, so they started calling it that. It never officially became a thing of separating societies. But this is who Candace Owens is. This is her knowledge of Israel before October 7, and she thinks everyone is just like her. She's an idiot. She's an imbecile. She's a complete idiot who doesn't do research, who spouts nonsense, who acts like she's speaking the truth. But if you don't know about a topic and you pretend to know and make claims like this, you are lying. She is a liar.
Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw. You cannot tell me to ever feel comfortable with 18,000 children being ruthlessly murdered. You can't get me to feel comfortable as a Christian with the amount of more explosives dropped, tons of explosives dropped on Gaza than were dropped in Hiroshima. This doesn't make sense to me. Gaza is 30 miles long, 7 miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I believe they're getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry.
She said murdered. So what's the number again? Let's see.
Miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I believe.
Murdered.
40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. All right. So no matter what the number is, let's see. What is the last number? Israel-Hamas war. According to the Hamas Health Ministry, the number is currently 40,000 people. 40,000 people died in Gaza during this war. Nobody who actually is serious about this issue will consider the entirety of 40,000 murdered. This is like saying, like, two sides go to war, and you are basically counting every single person who died on the other side as murdered. Murdered is a very very charged word, an accusation coming from a place of bias. However, it is assumed that a lot of those, almost half, maybe less, were Hamas militants that are killed as a result of declaring war.
Murdered.
On
Say it
Israel.
right. You said killed. Murdered. Get it right.
So Hamas attacks Israel once again and kills 1,200 people. Israel then says, okay, enough is enough. We're not doing this anymore. War it is. Goes in and kills Hamas members. And meanwhile, also civilian casualties happen, like in every single war out there. But she counts all of them, including the Hamas terrorists, as murdered.
Murder victims. Victims of murder.
This is what kind of a sick person she is.
Believe they're getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. And here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're
which is Hamas. Imagine we say, oh, when we went to war with Afghanistan and we murdered all of those people. And America went into Iraq and we murdered all of those people. All deaths in Iraq were murders.
Whoa. Hey, Pete, I just looked up how many Germans were murdered in World War II. Between 6.6 million and 8.8 million. 6.6 million to 8.8 million Germans murdered. 5.5 million of those were military deaths. So 5.5 million Germans were murdered just in the military. And when you combine everything else, you're talking 6.6 to 8.8 million Germans who were murdered in World War II. It was just murder. They were just murdering.
Candace Owens would look at this and would say, look at this. 52,000 Taliban insurgents and 2,000 Al-Qaeda fighters. What does that make? 54,008. They murdered 54,000 people. They murdered them. They were all murdered. They even murdered Hitler by making him kill himself. They murdered all the Nazis. What a sick hypocrite piece of whatever.
Quoting scripture, okay? The one that's relevant, like to say to you.
Oh, here's my favorite part.
Getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. And here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're quoting scripture, okay? The one that's relevant to me is woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. And if you'd like to dive into a little more scripture, I think what's relevant is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley. The fact.
Wait, she's saying he's not a. Is she saying he's not a Jew?
That you would try to say, I am Jewish, and this is what I believe, and do and say the things that you are doing. People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now is an act of evil. The lies that you are telling, not just on me, but also on my family members, are a good example.
This is seriously coming down to him saying she's not a Christian and her saying he's not Jewish. That's where we're at.
Yeah. So he said that she's not being a good Christian. And she then basically said that you are not a Jew. And she did the whole thing. Then I saw the reactions from the gropers and the Nazis. They were like, yeah, she said it. Base, she said it. Because they love to misuse that verse and apply it to all Jews altogether. She knew exactly what she was doing when she did this.
And the group called the Black Hebrew Israelite, the cult called the Black Hebrew Israelites, they use that as well to show that they're the true Jews and that the people claiming to be Jews are not the real Jews.
Yeah. The synagogue of Satan. Do you want to talk about it?
No, if you wanted someone to talk about it, Vocab has to deal with that all the time because he gets it he deals with the Hebrew Israelites. Yeah. Like you see, they're not the real Jews. This means we're the real Jews.
Yeah. It's one of those instances. I would like to actually, maybe dive into that at some point thoroughly. but it reminds me of a different incident, which is this one. Like, hold up, I had a discussion with somebody earlier because they posted a meme, basically misusing Christianity and labeling Jews, as is often done. Let's see, where was that? I thought I have it somewhere. Oh yeah, right here. So this guy posted this image. This guy named Anglo-Saxon, who of course seems like a very genuine Christian, totally. And he posted a list. And look at this, David. Aren't you supposed to hate Jews because the New Testament is condemning Jews everywhere? It says Jews are a cursed fig tree, Jews are serpents and vipers, Jews are deniers of the Father, Jews are denied the Son, Jews are the Antichrist, Jews are liars.
It's funny because all this stuff is being written by Jews.
And Jews are the children of the devil, and Jews are murderers and persecutors of prophets, and Jews are the synagogue of Satan. But wait a minute, well, how does it make sense? So this says that Jews are the synagogue of Satan, but Candace Owens just told us that that the point of this verse is that they say they are Jews, but they are not. They are the synagogue of Satan. So are they now Jews or not? Please clarify. I'm very confused. I'm very, very confused. And so on. And what's funny to me is this part, Titus 1:10. Jews are unruly, Jews are vain talkers, Jews are deceivers, Jews are subversive. All right. Titus 1. Let's do this. Inshallah. Is this about Jews? Is this about Jews? Now we go and read about we go and read Titus. Specifically this part. Of course, you can focus on this. You can look at that image and say, "Wait a minute, this is talking about Jews. Jews are rebellious people. Jews," because of the following here. For there are many rebellious people, empty talkers and deceivers, especially those of the circumcision. Oh, who circumcises? Jews? It must be talking about Jews. Oh no! Oh no! Here is the context. For this reason I left you in Crete, that you would set in order what remains, and appoint elders in every city as I directed you, namely, if any man is beyond reproach, the husband of one wife, having children who believe, not accused of indecent behavior or rebellion. For the overseer must be beyond reproach as God's steward, not self-willed, not quick-tempered. Where does it talk about them? It's talking about the people of Crete. Okay, because Titus is in charge of the people of
yeah.
Crete.
So just the background is Paul, and at first Paul and Barnabas, and then Paul and Silas, and so on. He goes around and he's doing missionary journeys. So they're going around preaching in various cities and so on. And later on, they go back to visit these cities and so on. But eventually have to establish churches and so on, and then leadership in the churches and so on. So that's part of what's going on here. You need lasting churches there.
Yeah. So he is in charge. He is there, and they have disagreements with the population, with the Cretans, and there's also a major disagreement between a group known as the Judaizers, Jewish converts to Christianity, and who insist that they have to that Christians have to follow.
You have to become Jews. Yeah, you have to become Jews in order to be circumcised.
Yeah, and they insist that you have to be circumcised, whereas Titus says, no, that is not the case. So what is happening here is, it even here says, one of them, a prophet of their own, said, Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, lazy gluttons. This testimony is true. For this reason, reprimand them severely, so that they may be sound in faith. Wait a minute, I thought this was all about Jews. It says Cretans. It doesn't say Jews. Huh.
Yeah. So you can look at what he actually says. There are lots of rebellious people, empty talkers, deceivers, especially those of the circumcision, talking about not Jews in general. They're talking about the Judaizers, who must be silent. So there's a general category of people who aren't supposed to be leaders, And he says, and a bunch of these guys are the Judaizers, who must be silenced because they're upsetting whole families teaching things they should not teach for the sake of dishonest gain. One of who? No, this is, I think this is Epimenides. I think it's the same poet he quotes in Acts 17. I think it's Epimenides who's saying it jokingly, Cretans, because he was a Cretan. So it's kind of a joke, and Paul uses it as a joke. It's a Cretan who says Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, lazy gluttons. Well, if you say they always are, then that would mean you too. So Paul quotes something that is a joke. That's not the Jews, though. Why did that list say that it's talking about Jews there?
No, and this is specifically talking about the Judaizers who are Christians, who are not Jews. They are Christians. They are Christian converts. They're Jewish converts or Jewish Christian converts who insist that that all still have to follow Jewish laws. This is what the disagreement is about. This is not about Jews. And this is just one of those instances, just like the whole instance of Synagogue of Satan. Again, another issue, which is not about all Jews being bad. That's not what this is about. That's not what any of this is about. But Candace knows exactly what she does when she references these popular things that these Nazis...
Is that what they call a dog whistle?
Yeah, it is. It is. She brings this up because it's one of the most well-known instances of Christians, of self-proclaimed Christians, abusing and misusing Christian texts in order to, hate Jews. She knows that very, very well. People do it in her comment section all the time, so she uses it as a dog whistle. That's basically what happens here. And as already Nick Fuentes said, yeah, we didn't notice. It went right over everybody's head. Nobody knows what you're doing.
What we are referring to when we call something radical Zionism.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley.
Okay, and okay, thank you. And of course, Piers, there was nothing ad hominem about my being demonic. This is a 2-against-1 debate. I expected that.
It's not a 2-against-1 debate.
And I will, excuse me, no, it's a 2-against-1 debate.
You've made no attempt to answer my question.
No, Piers,
Candace,
let me speak.
He actually answered the question when asked about the state of the war. He literally did. Okay. I think his conduct is not the best, but he actually did.
He's been trying to answer my question.
Just said,
you're not.
And to be fair, again, if you take people who are just constantly arguing against each other and they've got their fans and they're all blasting each other, that's a dumb move on. I mean, just imagine two people and they're in the middle of a fist fight and they're beating each other up and you say, all right, let's get over here. All right, now we're going to discuss the war. It's like, wait, what? These guys were just beating each other up. Like you can't just dial back and then have a sober debate on some big political issue and so on. So he should have just made it about them, right? You should have just said, okay, these guys are scrapping. Let's go ahead and clear this up. Let's raise their accusations against each other and actually give them a chance to respond when they're on the same stage and so on. Something like that. And then they could talk about the war a little bit.
But the issue is also, this is why this is why Rabbi Shmuley shouldn't be on this. He has become very unhinged lately. Maybe it's an ego thing, I don't know. But he is very, very unable to, in the face of a person who, Candace right now here gives the impression that she's totally reasonable and totally cool, and Rabbi Shmuley is totally out of order. That's basically what it looks like. That is basically what it looks like here, because that's what Candace is doing. She's putting on the whole calm and reasonable attitude while she will go back and call him filth and all that. And he is just being overly emotional about the name calling that she does in the background. But this is basically, you could say that Candace is playing is doing a good move here for herself, a good PR move, basically depicting Rabbi Shmuley as the unhinged one. Because here on stage now, she's suddenly totally cool. Totally cool.
Hey, you know who used to do that?
He's falling for it.
You know who used to do that? Nabil. Me and Nabil would be arguing, even like before he was a Christian and after he was a Christian. We would be in argument and we would dial it up. We would dial it up to not quite 10, but we'd dial it up to 9 pretty quick, where we're just blasting away at each other. And as soon as someone else came in, he would instantly, even though he's being a total jerk, as soon as someone else walked in, he would instantly calm down, which I know the exact same tactic. I knew how to do that, but I'm like, okay, I don't want to be deceptive here. I will act the exact same way in front of this person as I was with Nabil. But then the person is like, wow, David Wood is the biggest jerk in the world, and Nabil's so nice and wonderful and calm and stuff.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Shout out to Nabil. He's doing great stuff. Subscribe to his channel.
Dope stuff.
Yeah.
Candace, filth, demonic. There's nothing ad hominem about that. You are correct. You're right, Pierce. Candace Owens just said that Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than on Hiroshima. Hiroshima was an atomic bomb, Candace. You know,
well, yeah, but it was just one. So
that's a very ridiculous comparison, right?
Yeah.
You're comparing apples to, I don't know, bananas.
Wikipedia. Israel has nuclear weapons. They've never used them, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Now let's look at Israel's justified defense. Israel admits, and even Hamas admits, to a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio of civilian casualties, which is a tragedy. It shouldn't even be one. But remember, Hamas fires their rockets from nurseries. The United States and Afghanistan had a 4-to-1 ratio of civilians murdered for every one combatant. In the Korean War, it was 5.
That obviously means that America is evil, right? America is, as a nation, America is evil, of course. Yeah, that's what we do now. Yeah,
5-to-1. In Iraq, it was at least 2-to-1. Israel has the lowest per capita ratio of combatants to civilians.
Then why are people on TikTok and Twitter saying it's genocide? Please.
Candace should acknowledge that. That is what we call a fact.
But you should also, hang on. You should also acknowledge then that.
What?
No, those are the kind of points he should be bringing up. In other words, quick defense of yourself against something Candace has said, quick pointing out something stupid that she said. And then at least if this is the issue you guys agreed to debate, he should be making the same kind of points that, like, we went through Netanyahu's speech recently, who's making like very important points. Like I don't know if it's him or speechwriters or he is the speechwriter, I don't know, but he kind of zeroed in on important responses to a lot of popular accusations and so on. And whatever your perspective is, it seems like those are the important issues in other words, you're being blasted on social media about all these issues. There, he just responded to one. He just responded to the her claim about, well, they dropped more bombs than they did on Hiroshima. So he responded to that, and then he responded a little bit to the civilian to combatant ratio and so on. But those are kind of the important points that he should be addressing.
Pierce is the worst moderator in the history of the world. That's true. Pierce is like an English. The funny thing is, I think that Rabbi Shmuley is the Mohammed Hijab of Jews. That's what it looks like right there.
There is a unique demographic in Gaza where of the 2 million people who live there, half of them are under 18.
I'm sorry, who cares? I know it's a very rough thing to deal with. Okay,
yeah.
What he's bringing up here is that the average age in Gaza is very low, so it has a very high young population, a very high child population. Okay,
yes, we're aware of that.
Okay. Does that mean that we should not respond to Hamas? Does that mean we should not fight? Does that mean Israel should not wage a war that Hamas has explicitly asked for?
Yeah, and it's this. Pierce should actually know better because a bunch of times he's had guests on his channel, Mohammed Hijab, Bassam, all these guys, and he's asked them, okay, if you grant that Israel has a right to defend itself against an attack, but you're saying that the way they're going about this is wrong, what should they be doing differently? What should they be doing? Right? That's kind of the question. That's kind of the question. If Israel should be doing something else, what should they be doing differently? How many times has Pierce asked that question and gotten a non-insane response? Like someone actually says, here's what they should be doing. And people go, wow, that would be better. That would be way better than what they're actually doing. Never. He's never gotten a response to what they should be doing differently. That would not simply be completely ridiculous and insane. So here he is with Rabbi Shmuley but what about the young people? What about the young people? Okay, Pierce, what should they be doing differently. As AP just pointed, we understand it's a bad situation. If you have a bunch of terrorists and they jump across the border and then they run and hide, and they're hiding literally under kids' rooms and so on, they fire rockets from kids' schools and so on. You have to go get these terrorists who took a bunch of your people hostage, and they hide among civilians, hide behind civilians, pretend to be civilians, and you have to go and find, how do you avoid massive civilian casualties in that situation? And yet they have one of the lowest ratios ever in that nightmare situation of people who admittedly, Hamas leaders admit, they are trying to maximize the civilian casualties. They want it for PR purposes. And that's the nightmare situation. What do you do? And it's been brought up before. What if, Mexico, what if a bunch of terrorists from Mexico came up, slaughtered a bunch of people in Texas, and then ran back across the border to Mexico, and let's say 60 or 70% of Mexicans want to hide these guys, help them blend in to hide them, and you're stuck with having to go and find your hostages and find the terrorists in that nightmare situation. Does anyone think that would be pretty and easy and there wouldn't be a bunch of civilian casualties and so on? No one thinks that. So anyway, it's just, I don't know why Pierce is blasting away with a point that, I mean, he's brought it up before. He could never figure out any way that Israel should be changing its approach in some non-insane fashion. And yet it's, but I mean, think about this. Think about all the stuff that Israel's doing wrong here. Like what? Explain what they should be doing. I'm still waiting for that. Guys, if there's some better thing that Israel should be doing, tell me, because I would gladly support it. But it's always something stupid where you're not thinking about the long-term consequences of your decisions.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Team. So that's a very different demographic to any of the other scenarios you're talking about. That is what's caused so much international opprobrium against Israel, is the fact that so many children, pro rata in the civilian death count, have been killed. It's that people are so exercised about, and rightly, because what's happened here is obvious. Hamas, yes, they've embedded themselves.
Okay, cool. Pierce, we get it. But you yourself asked many of your guests the question, how should the war instead be conducted? How exactly should Israel be carrying out their strikes instead? And nobody has given you an answer, and here you are still doing this whole objection. It's quite funny.
In civilian territory. Yes, they built all these tunnels. None of these things are to be...
People dying is bad. Okay.
Disputed. But the problem with going after Hamas in the way that Israel has been doing is that the collateral damage, as they would put it, to so many thousands of children has now tested.
That is very sad and very upsetting. However, there is no way around it. Sorry.
AP.
What?
If Hamas wanted peace and the Palestinians wanted peace and they didn't keep attacking Israel and they just agreed to peace terms, would there be all these civilian casualties?
No.
Okay. If Hamas went and did the attack, but then when Israel comes to find them, Hamas didn't hide among and under and behind civilians, would you have all these civilian casualties?
No.
So it kind of seems like it's like the reason you have the civilian casualties is because a bunch of people go and hide among civilians after they slaughter a bunch of people and take a bunch of hostages.
You're supposed to ask a question, not make a statement.
I had to make the statement.
Okay. So who is at fault? Well, Israel.
Yes. No, not just Israel. Rabbi Shmuley in particular.
All Jews, actually.
Yes, that's true. I stand.
Well, to a degree that vast quantities of the world are against it and want this to stop. That's the reality.
I think that's a very fair question. You know, and I don't like whataboutism. But Candace Owens never spoke out once against Bashar al-Assad, who killed 600,000 Arabs, and he actually gassed to death children. He targeted them with mustard and poison gas. You remember that President Obama said that's a red line, and then he gave it to Putin to get rid of those weapons of mass destruction.
Which was completely
God bless
wrong.
President Trump, who actually wait, just a second. President Trump, God bless him, actually fired 59 cruise missiles when Assad did that. It's funny because people say that President Trump is anti-Muslim. He's the only one who protected Muslim life. Pierce,
Beast.
Hamas has ruled since 2006. They won an election jointly with the PA. They took the Palestinian Authority representatives and threw them off of rooftops. They then subjected the Palestinians.
I wanted to check because I couldn't believe that Candace actually never said anything about Bashar al-Assad, so I searched her profile for Assad. And she never even mentioned Assad ever, which is very, very interesting.
I bet if you found out that he is Jewish, she'd respond.
Yeah.
1.5 million Palestinians of Gaza to the most ruthless persecution that we've ever seen. They stole all their money. Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran, is worth $4 billion. Now he's fighting with Erdogan, his kids, over who's going to inherit that. Khalid Mashal is worth $3 billion. You and I both know that the Palestinians of Gaza got triple the amount per capita, prorated for our times, of the Marshall Plan. All of that money was stolen to build tunnels. There isn't one bomb shelter. The reason why people are dying in Gaza is because that money was used to buy penthouses in Doha, Qatar. There isn't one bomb shelter that from Hamas. Hamas shoots.
And by the way, this is not something that Rabbi Shmuley is just saying here. It is something that Hamas themselves say. It's something that Hamas says as well. And Hamas, in fact, is asked about why they put all of their money into tunnels instead of building shelters for the civilian population. And Hamas actually explains that they do not have the responsibility to build shelters. And of course, some people might say, oh no, of course you would say that. Of course, Rabbi Shmuley would say that because he's a Jew. Okay, here we have it. Here we have it. This is directly from Arab channels.
البعض يتساءل وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع يعني من قام بتشييد 500
Many people are asking, since you have built 500 kilometers of
كيلومتر من الأنفاق لماذا لم يشيد
why haven't you built
مآوي يلجأ إليها المدنيون خلال القصف
where civilians can hide during bombardments?
Yeah, guys, I mean, we tend to focus on these guys saying, oh, but the tunnels are for us and so on. But I mean, guys, it's a very, very extremely important question. You guys have billions of dollars and you are the world's leading authorities on making tunnels underground. You know for a fact that when you guys go launch your terrorist attacks against Israel, there's going to be retaliation. Why can't you make a couple of tunnels or something for ordinary civilians to go to? Why can't you do anything to actually protect your population? Because the real answer is they have zero interest. They want the opposite. They don't want to protect them. These are all the civilians there, men, women, and children. They're all pawns. They're all pawns in a bigger game. And so these guys that's the real answer. I mean, and it's indisputable. Guys, can you make a shelter? Can you go and make a shelter for the kids in this area? If you're gonna launch missiles from this school, can you go ahead and make a shelter here for kids when the retaliatory strike comes? Can you make no, of course not. No, nothing for those kids.
Just look at how callous, how careless, how sadistic this is. The guy asks the Hamas representative who goes on TV to represent Hamas, who is part of the Hamas government, you have funds and you build it into building, you put it into building 500 kilometers of tunnels. Why haven't you built bomb shelters where civilians can hide? And here is Hamas's response.
الأنفاق لأنه لا نملك ما ندفع به عن أنفسنا من القتل والاستهداف هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات.
Because we have no other way to conceal ourselves, we have to use these tunnels to protect us from the airplanes.
نحمي مقاتلين من
because we are fighting from inside the tunnel.
الأنفاق. أما القطاع غزة فأنت تعلم.
Everybody knows that 75% of the people in the Gaza Strip are refugees. And by refugees, what he means is that they are officially recognized as refugees because they maintain their right to one day return to the places in Israel that they fled from in 1948 after they declared war on Israel, which is never going to happen. It's a ridiculous lead dumb expectation. That is what he means by refugees.
والجميع يعلم بأنه 75% منه لاجئين واللاجئين هو مسؤولية الأمم.
And it is the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them. So, Hamas representative is asked, you built 500 kilometers of tunnels under the population. Why do you not build shelters where civilians can hide from the bombardments?
Not my job.
And Hamas says, well, we built the tunnels to fight Israel. Protecting the civilians is not our job, so that's why we don't build anything for the civilians. That's basically the response by Hamas. This is what Hamas is.
Yeah. So
this is why Israel is. This is why even Hamas members, even Palestinians, say frequently, "We love death the way you love life." Even they know that Israelis and Jews love life, while these guys love death. And it would be good if they could just keep that to themselves and enjoy death. Unfortunately, they have to spread death to everyone else, even to those who just want to live.
But I mean, think about this. I mean, these guys will openly acknowledge. So here he's openly acknowledging that we have no desire at all to protect civilians. I mean, just flat out said it. Other clips, they acknowledge they want to maximize civilian casualties. So we're sitting, I mean, then you have Piers Morgan. Why are there so many civilian casualties? Why are there so many? Because one, they have no desire to protect their own civilians. Two, they want as many civilians as possible to die. So they do something where they know for a fact a bunch of civilians are going to get killed, and they deliberately do it. And then you ask, why there's so much, why is Israel killing so many civilians?
If you put your children in the middle of a war zone after you start a war, and your children die in that war, it's not the other side that is killing your children. It is you who is killing his own child. It's you who murders the children.
Yeah, guys, think about this. Think if we're at war, with some, neighboring neighborhood or something like this, and I launch a bunch of missiles over, and then I say, hey, now get as many of my family members and friends here as possible for when the response comes, because I want, and then record it so we can all post it all over social media. That's messed up stuff. Anyway, I think I would be to blame there if I did that.
Alhamdulillah.
And murders anyone who challenges their authority. They were elected in 2006 to a 4-year term. It's now 20 years later. Hamas specifically, and that's why they're being condemned by the Palestinians right now. They want...
That's true. Hamas was elected. They got rid of all the other parties, fought them, kicked them out, and took over and abolished the next elections and have been governing since then. That's what Hamas did. But that's probably also Israel's fault somehow.
Palestinian children to die, because the more they die, the more you will condemn me and Israel. But let's remember, Piers, your parents are part of the greatest generation. Winston Churchill was told by the Americans, don't bomb German cities, Hamburg, Dresden, etc. at night. You can't see what you're bombing. Do what we Americans have, which is precision daytime bombing. And Churchill said, no, my pilots are more important. We need the RAF.
All right.
And he flattened German cities. And he is considered today the greatest British statesman of the 20th century.
By the way, the flattening of cities like Dresden was widely condemned at the time, including by many people in Britain, and led to the establishment of the Geneva Convention.
Okay. Were the Allied forces bad?
Dresden was the last month of the war, but before that, Hamburg and everything else was not condemned.
It led to the establishment of the Geneva Convention after World War II, specifically to stop that kind of thing happening again. So I'm glad you raised that example. Candace, you've got over 3 minutes.
So do you condemn Winston Churchill as a war criminal for Dresden?
No, absolutely not. No.
Oh.
Why not? You just said that it was wrong.
It does seem to. I have to say, it does seem like 2-on-1. It does seem like 2-on-1 so far, doesn't it?
I know.
Like Pierce is going after him. Candace is going after him. Pierce isn't going after. I don't know what's going to happen after this, but Pierce is not going after Candace in the same way, even if she's saying something that's completely stupid.
I must say, Rabbi Shmuley, I know you're watching this. You need to stop putting your hand on the screen. It's not a good
Yeah,
look.
I do see the hand as a problem. However, as far as people saying he's unhinged, I haven't seen it so far. I don't know what's coming later, but we could point, okay, we think you should have been going this direction and put your hand down and should have focused on this and not on just defending yourself and talking about Michael Jackson and stuff. But I don't know. Based on the comments, he was sounding like he had just gone off the deep end and was, walking around with his costume and stuff or something again.
Yeah.
Criminal for Dresden. Please, you said not, but
If
why?
you're both going to ask me the same question, let me be clear. Winston Churchill was not a war criminal, right? But some of the ways that
why not? He bombed Dresden and killed 25,000 people.
Yeah, he also saved the world from Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
That's a good point. There we go. Hey, but that's an important thing. You say, oh, he bombed this city down to rubble, killed tons of men, women, and children and stuff. And they say, yes, and that was wrong. You say, okay, is he a war criminal? Because people are accusing Israel of war crimes when they bomb a place and there are a bunch of civilian casualties. So, and then what's his response? But there was this bigger important thing that he was doing, and therefore it's understood that these kinds of things are going to happen in a war. But was the overall thing that he was doing super important? And it's like Pierce is like, yes, okay. What? I don't get it now. What do you complain about Israel then for?
It's like these people reacting to war, to death, cannot go further than the first thought. They cannot go a step further than the first thought that comes to their mind when responding to war, when responding to violence, when responding to deaths. Just go one step further. Okay, lots of people die.
Touchdown.
Lots of people die. Yes. Does that then mean that the side that causes, in that sense, immediately those people to die is therefore evil and criminal and guilty of war crimes? Or is it justified because the end is to do something like ending the war?
The world. So Israel saving the Middle East from Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Iran.
But it's not though.
Hezbollah.
Israel's not doing that.
Thank you for answering my question.
Well,
case closed.
All right, let me go to Candace.
Okay, you can say Israel is not doing that. However, in your logic, it was, by the way, the United States and the UK. So United States and UK together did the bombing of Dresden, and it was very effective. I know lots of people died, and it's very, very sad, but they died because of the Nazis. They bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which brought the end of the war. It brought Japan's unconditional surrender. It was a horrendous thing. It was a very bad thing, but they basically saved the world. They basically saved the world from two major factions in the world of complete fascism and sadism and sickness. I guess if the means justify the ends, if the ends justify the means, that's funny. Okay, yeah. Then it's okay. Why can't you do the same thing with
what happens when you have a Turkish guy trying to adopt an American saying?
If I could just interject here, just to respond to that, I was going to say exactly what you said, Piers. Like, Dresden was considered a Holocaust. It was, in fact, a war crime. And there should be debates about what happened in Dresden. It was absolutely horrific that a bunch of Christians were skipping off, on the eve of Ash Wednesday. And then they were quite literally reduced to ashes. It is wrong. And the fact that...
What in the hell does this have to do with Christians?
You are having to reference a war crime to justify what's happening in Gaza is not a point for you. It's complete.
There is really no reason at all to mention Christians. Exactly. There is really no reason at all to bring up Christians. But you know what she's doing, right? First off, she provocatively calls it a Holocaust. And then she also specifically points out Christians, which has no relevance at all to the bombing of Dresden. She's doing it specifically just to appeal to certain people in order to appeal to religious emotions, religious feelings, and all of that. She's using and abusing religious feelings. This is basically an insult and an abuse of Christianity and of Christians. That's what she's doing. And Christians should be the first to be outraged about this.
Completely awful. When people say, oh, well, look at what we did. Look at all these other horrific things we did. Why do you care about this horrible thing that's happening? I don't even understand that logic. It's completely ridiculous. Look, there is no person in good conscience who should be comfortable with the amount of death that's happening in Gaza. And yes, if you are going to correlate it to Dresden, that would be a fair comparison, except much more has been dropped on Gaza than was dropped in Dresden. So is it fair to...
All right. This is so stupid. Actually, she's going to continue, but I'm going to point out how stupid this is. I mean, it's you can tell already very easily how stupid this is.
To call what's happening in Gaza a Holocaust? Is that what we're looking after when you have this nonstop onslaught? And it's completely ridiculous to say, oh, well, this is happening because of Hamas. Let's be very clear.
So now it's not a genocide, it's a Holocaust?
I'm going to tell you something. So nobody calls the bombing of Dresden a Holocaust. Nobody does that.
She does.
Except
someone does.
Except if you search for Dresden Holocaust, you should find the kind of people that will call it a Holocaust. It's generally those who are Nazi apologists, which will tell you a lot about who she is listening to and who she's trying to appeal to. That's basically what she's trying to do. I have seen it a lot in my past. In the past, not in my past. That's interesting. The first thing that comes up when I search the combination of words Dresden Holocaust is the Wikipedia page, which exactly makes my point. Unfortunately, can't find the Nazi images and posts at this moment. But this is exactly what I remember. Look, Wikipedia has it right here. I'm not making this up. I just independently made the same assertion. Nazi propaganda exaggerated the death toll of the bombing and its status as mass murder, and many in the German far right have referred to it as Dresden's Holocaust of bombs. This is a language. This is a tactic. This is a designation that people who say, "Oh, the Nazis weren't the evil ones. The Nazis were the good ones. The Nazis weren't the bad ones. It was actually the other side that was the bad ones. Dresden was a Holocaust." It's those people who say stuff like this, and here she is repeating exactly their language, exactly their language. I just independently said this, and it's right here on Wikipedia as well, because this is known in these certain discussions of Nazi apologists, that they will instead call that a Holocaust. This is what she's doing. Once again, playing directly into Nazi language. That's it.
Happening because the Israeli government will not have this nonstop onslaught. And it's completely ridiculous to say, oh, well, this is happening because of Hamas. Let's be very clear. It is happening because the Israeli government will not stop bombing them, okay? So you had a very sympathetic audience all around the world, myself included, when October 7th happened. There's not a single person that should or could justify the terrorist acts that was enacted by Hamas. But the collective punishment that is being assigned to the Gazans,
collective punishment. The collective punishment would be if Israel, in response to October 7th, started carpet bombing Gaza and indiscriminately killing civilians. That would be collective punishment. If they were starving Gaza entirely, without exception, without making any distinctions, without designating safe zones, without opening safe corridors, without delivering aid, and so on, if that is what they were doing, if that was what they were doing, that would be collective punishment. Israel has been establishing safe zones, safe corridors, putting aid in there, and so on. Why would they establish safe zones? Why would they give Gazans notice of where operations are taking place? Why is the number of dead, according to Hamas, even only 40,000, with about between 15 and 20,000 Hamas members killed? Why is that the case? Why has Israel not wiped out the Gaza Strip by now?
Palestinians living in Gaza is also unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it, and it should be made to stop. And I do believe that a radical fringe has taken hold of Israel. And further evidence of that, by the way, is that we are not even allowed to critique Israel without having people like Rabbi Shmuley, which I never said he threatened to murder me, but he has threatened me for 2 years, essentially trying to bully people into their belief that they have a right.
You never said that I threatened to murder you? We're going to post.
No, I never said that you threatened to murder me. Don't cut me off. I did not cut you off.
Okay, I will not,
I did not cut you off.
Go ahead,
I did not cut you off. Okay. The point is that now what's happening across America is that you have Zionist organizations that are threatening and bullying people because people are taking a stance against this act against humanity. What they're doing.
Oh, yeah, like who? Who's being bullied and silenced for speaking out against Israel? All I see all day long, every day, is news outlets bashing Israel. Political commentators bashing Israel. Government bashing Israel. Joe Biden bashing Netanyahu. Who is silencing and bullying? Who is being silenced and bullied? God. She'll probably say, "Oh, Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is being silenced and bullied because of his criticism of Israel." Who is being silenced and bullied? Who?
That is a good question. I mean, it seems like instant path to tons and tons of fans.
Yeah. I'm sure they can give me examples of people who are bullied and silenced. Give me an example. There are people here in the chat who are Candace fans and who say, "Oh, you're full of shit, you're a liar. Candace is a hero." I'm sure they can name somebody who has been bullied and silenced for speaking out against Israel. Who? Nobody. That's who. Come on, tell me who has been silenced and bullied for calling out Israel.
Candace.
And for saying the Gaza war is going too far, Israel needs to be stopped. Who? Not a single person. Please mention somebody. Come on.
Except Candace.
Come on. Mention somebody. Come on.
Nick Fuentes.
Come on. I'm sure there will be somebody mentioning someone who is being silenced and bullied by the Zionists.
Dude, Tate literally had his house raided conveniently right after he criticized Israel. So
Tate is being prosecuted for human trafficking just because he spoke out about Israel. And there it is. Nobody is mentioning a single person. Nobody is mentioning a single person who is being bullied and silenced by the Zionists. I don't know. Maybe nobody can think of anyone, but I'm sure there is somebody. I'm sure somebody is silenced and bullied for calling an end to the war. Cassia da Silva said Candace got fired. Candace didn't get fired for calling for an end to the war. Candace got fired, or we don't even know if it's actually fired. She was very happy about her contract being ended. Her contract was ended after she repeatedly said incredibly messed up things, including liking a comment publicly which accused Rabbi Shmuley here, by the way, of drinking the blood of Christians. That is not criticizing Israel. If you think that is criticizing Israel, then I don't know. You probably sacrifice children. That's totally okay. I can say that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why wouldn't you? I say that stuff all the time.
There is no single person being mentioned here who is actually bullied and silenced by Zionists. Huh. Interesting.
Humane in Palestine. And so what they're doing is they're saying this person should get fired. This person should lose their job. The Zionist Federation of Australia just asked for me to have my visa banned simply because I don't support what Israel is doing. And if that is what...
Is that the
Simply because of that?
Just because of that? Simply because... Really? Are they banning people...
Just because I don't like
on the country, just because they don't approve of something? Like, seriously? Yeah,
But
this is like Andrew Tate. It's like, I'm just they're coming at me just for my defense of young men. Really? It's not because of a bunch of other things?
look, this guy is one of the most evil ones out there right now, and even he says it. I want to play it again, Candace.
Every time I see Candace now, I just roll my eyes. I go, oh, really, Candace? Oh, I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just asking questions. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, nobody knows what you're doing. It went right over everybody's head.
I really don't like this guy, and I think he's a ridiculous little hateful weasel, and he's a liar. But even he calls you out, Candace. Everyone knows what you're doing.
What I have to pay if ultimately what happens, I get my visa banned because Zionism has a lot of money in media, then so be it. It's less.
Look, it's cool if you say Zionism instead of Jews, right? See?
Of a price than the children in Gaza are paying right now. And as a Christian, I will never support what Bibi Netanyahu is doing.
Right. And
oh, such a hero. Wow, such a hero.
Because she's a devout Christian.
She's so brave because she's a devout Christian. Wow.
Stunning and brave. You can't ban me.
That's also why she supports
I'm still gonna go after the Jews.
This is also why she supports Andrew Tate. This is why she supports the proud human sex trafficker, pornographer, boss of webcam girls and OnlyFans girls, the guy who employed women by deceiving them and promising them marriage, bringing them home, and then putting them on webcam and having them take off their clothes and help lonely men masturbate in their homes. Andrew Tate, that guy. This is also why she supports him, because she's a devout Christian.
But AP, all the stuff Andrew Tate is accused of, that was over a decade in the past, and that was over a decade from like what, a year or two ago. So I mean, you're talking many years ago.
Yeah. It's
according to Candace, and
in her time, it's because
she's thoroughly investigated, so she knows.
This woman is not a devout Christian. This woman is not a devout Christian, and she's certainly not motivated by being a devout Christian. She doesn't support or refuse to support things because she's a devout Christian. If that was true, she would not be supporting Andrew Tate and defending him.
What's interesting to me, Rabbi Shmuley,
may I respond?
hang on.
May I respond?
Yes, but let me just say again the question I put to you earlier. It's not just people outside Israel who are now heavily criticizing Netanyahu and his government. It is people inside Israel in massive numbers. And so my question for you is, why? Why are so many people inside Israel taking to the streets to demand that Netanyahu stop this war?
Because what?
No, I just wanted to point out, because a lot of people don't know what the situation is, because you do have big protests. I mean, you even had protests while we were there and stuff, but they've gotten even bigger, and like are closing down traffic and so on because of the protests. So there are lots of people who say, give Hamas whatever deal they want in exchange for any hostages that are still alive, because they're realizing if you go after them, by the way, that's the reason Hamas executed the hostages. They realized, hey, these hostages are about to be rescued by the IDF. So just execute them. So you have people who are realizing, wait a minute, it's going to be really difficult to save any remaining hostages, because they are clearly under orders now. It's come down from Hamas leadership. It's clearly under orders. If the IDF is going to rescue your hostage, just execute your hostage. Do not let them rescue any more hostages. And so they're saying, give these guys whatever deal they want in order to save the remaining hostages. So you have people, I don't regard that as an insane position, but the reason for not doing that, so the response to that is, that sends a pretty messed up message for the future. So yes, that would help us save those lives. That's going to lead to a lot more of this in the future. If the final message you send to Hamas is, hey, as long as you guys take a bunch of hostages and you're going to execute them, we'll stop coming after you. We'll give you whatever you want. That sends a very dangerous message. It's the same principle behind not negotiating with terrorists, right? Or not negotiating with kidnappers, because as soon as you do, you're just encouraging more of it in the future. If you say, hey, kidnap a bunch of people and we'll give you whatever you want to get our people back, you could, there, in a situation like that, a hostage situation, there's a part of you that says, and guess what? Kind of both sides have a fair point. If you say, hey, I want to do whatever it takes to get these hostages back. If they say they want $1 billion, give them the $1 billion, save those lives. The problem is if you say, hey, I'll give you $1 billion to give me those people back that you took hostage, you kind of just encouraged more taking of hostages in the future. And so it looks, as far as right now, it looks like Netanyahu's goal is, no, the final message we want to send to these guys for the future generations is, if you kill a bunch of our people and take hostages, there's no scenario where you come out of this alive. We're coming to get you. We're coming to get you. And we don't care where you're hiding. You're not walking away from this ever again. It seems like they're saying the reasoning is long-term strategy. We want these guys we want terrorists to understand we will never stop hunting them. And so you have other people saying, hey, for the sake of the hostages, stop hunting these guys. Give these guys the deal. And guys, that is part of the deal. Hamas would grant that deal. Leave Hamas alone. Let them regroup. Let them retain control of Gaza, all these things, and they'll give you back your remaining hostages. They would take that deal. Do you want to give them that deal? That's the question. And there are people in Israel saying, yes, give them that deal. I have to say, I would not give them that deal. I would be in favor of making sure future generations understand, if you're going to go kill a bunch of people at a concert, rape a bunch of people, torture a bunch of people, take a ton of hostages, you're not getting away with it under any circumstances.
Orimoth said, OMG, can't believe I'm catching you guys live. So much love from Israel. It's very, very nice to have you here. Here is the official Telegram channel of the spokesman of, or the spokes animal of Hamas, Abu Ubaidah, and they posted a statement on the execution or the deaths of the hostages. So this is not just something that we are saying or making up. This is official from them. We tell everyone clearly that after the Nusayrat incident, meaning the incident where Israel went in and saved the hostages, new instructions were issued to the Mujahideen charged with guarding the prisoners regarding how to deal with them if the occupation army approaches their place of detention. And the next message here, Netanyahu's insistence on releasing or on rescuing the prisoners through military pressure instead of concluding a deal will mean that they will be returned to their families in coffins. And their families will have to choose between dead or alive. So this is what Hamas themselves officially stated. This is not something that we're making up. It's not something that David is making up. It's not something that we're saying. Hamas officially confirmed through their spokesperson here that it is their new policy to execute the Israeli hostages if the IDF approaches and if they suspect that the IDF is about to try and save them, to rescue them. This is what they are doing.
And so I have to say, the terrorists are really good at this, putting people in nightmare situations where no matter what choice you make, it's a disaster for you in the future, or it's the really bad consequences no matter what you do. So, do you continue going after the terrorists, knowing that they will kill your remaining hostages if you are on the verge of rescuing them? Do you save your hostages by letting terrorists go, knowing they're going to terrorize you in the future? They make it so that you have no good outcome. And look, the current leadership looks like they're staying the course of, we have to let these guys know that we will be on the side of always going after them and never letting them get away with anything.
So this is just they've also been publishing videos about the hostages, videos where they recorded them pleading for their lives, saying their names and speaking to their families. This is what they did. So they recorded the videos before they executed them, and then they published them in fancy form, in a cinematic way, to basically make a demonstration of power and a threat to Israel, to the Israeli populations, to the families of the hostages, to send a message and to push for their position. And I can't blame Israelis for getting up and saying, we can't take this anymore, this is too much. Please ceasefire, make a ceasefire deal, bring hostages home. There are still hostages there. We don't want all of them to die. Save them and then do whatever you want to do. Just please strike a deal. This is why people are protesting. This is what Israel is dealing with. And yeah, there are some people who will say things like, oh, Israel has been doing much worse. Israel has not been doing much worse. This entire war, this entire conflict is only prolonged. This entire conflict is only violent, is only ongoing because the other side repeatedly refused to accept the existence of Jews in the land and the existence of Israel. This is why we are where we are. And they have been going on and advocating for terrorism all this time. And the majority of that population there still approves of whatever Hamas is doing. And I'm really, Israel is being extremely merciful. Israel is being extremely merciful. I think they shouldn't be. I think they shouldn't have been. I think, in fact, Israel has been historically quite naive. They shouldn't have been. They have been also stopped by the West. Shame on the West.
Here we have APs. Here we have APs. Kill everyone theory.
This is also because of the West. Because the West has been through pressure, by being hypocritical, putting pressure on Israel and telling Israel to take it easy, to slow down and this and that, because it doesn't happen to their own people. America, our American government tells Israel to slow down and this and that. We weren't quite like that when things happened to Americans in Afghanistan or Iraq, right? I don't know. I think that people who support Hamas in any way or form should not be among us and should not live among us. They should get out of here. They should remove themselves from these regular societies. I think that everyone who supports Hamas inside those so-called Palestinian territories, I don't think that you can really refer to those people as part of a solution. In fact, I think that a good solution would be, since Israel has established that that too much of the so-called Palestinian population does not want to accept peace, I think the best solution would be to communicate with all of those who don't want peace, and then to establish a peaceful relocation of those into a different place, into a different land, and to then annex both Gaza and the West Bank and give citizenships and equality to all of those who remain, which would be the minority, considering that most of them believe in genociding Jews.
And this is why we don't let AP control countries.
No, they never said he should stop the war.
He thinks
they said there
like
should
a
be
German.
ceasefire to release the hostages, because Israel is a cult. Don't interrupt me, please, Candace. Because Israel is a culture of life, and that's why Israel got into this mess for October 7th. They traded 1,000 murderers, including Yahya Sinwar, who Israel saved at Soroka Hospital in Beersheba when he had a brain tumor. The Hamas Hitler, who's the architect of October 7th, Israel saved his life. It's a culture of life, even for Palestinian murderers. They traded 1,000 for Gilad Shalit. You remember that. And now a whole group.
Piers probably does. Candace doesn't, because she doesn't know anything about anything at all.
Is saying, even if it leads to another October 7th, I need my children home. I understand that. Pierce, I have 2 sons fighting in this war. I understand the dangers that are being faced. No one's saying to stop the war, not to destroy Hamas. They're saying, call a ceasefire to release the hostages because of their execution. But I must respond. First of all, Candace just said that Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than on Dresden. What's your source for that?
Okay, that was actually the point that I was also wanting to pause on. First off, I think Rabbi Shmuley here is taking a bait here and actually jumping into this and falling for it. He should have been raising an objection off the very beginning as soon as Kenneth mentioned that, which is the bombing of Dresden. How long did it last?
Yeah, and
how long
you're talking about one
last?
city. Yeah, you're talking about one city. Here you're talking about an entire war. An entire war. So if you want to actually draw comparisons, compare how many bombs Germany dropped on Great Britain or how many bombs Great Britain dropped on Germany during the war, right? You're talking about a war that's been going on almost a year now. And they're talking about the bombing of Dresden, which was, how long was it? What are the dates?
It lasted
13th
from
through 15th of February.
The night of the 13th to the 15th, and it was done in 4 raids of airstrikes.
4 airstrikes over a 3-day period. And she's pointing out, and here you have this entire war, and they've dropped more bombs during this entire war.
In this bombing here, in this bombing of Dresden, in just 2 days, 25,000 people died in Dresden. In the Israel-Hamas war that we are currently witnessing, it has been almost a whole year. And so far we have, according to Hamas, a death count of 40,000. And she is seriously comparing this to the war. Like, how dumb can you be?
Pretty dumb, apparently.
Do you know that in Dresden, there were 1,000 Lancaster bombers sent over 2 nights by Churchill, and then 800 American, that's 1,800 bombs. What's your source that Israel dropped more than on Dresden?
Didn't Britain get bombed first by Germany? Yes. Germany relentlessly bombed the hell out of London, out of England for quite a while. There were discussions on the bombing of Dresden being an act of revenge or response, which is why which is part of a whole discussion on what is and is not justified, even as a response to cruelties in war. And there is a very controversial aspect of it, which is firebombing took place, where entire places are bombed and then set on fire, which leads to a very cruel way of destruction and killing. Happened in response to Germany basically doing that to the UK. So, but yeah, the comparison here is 4 raids over 2 to 3 days, and she's comparing that to a war that has been going on for a whole year. This is how stupid she is, and her fans actually applaud her for it because they are all collectively stupid.
So it's just interesting because you realize that you used Dresden as an example.
No. Answer the question. You just made Piers. This is the question.
I said more tons of explosives.
You said that Israel. You just made a blood libel against the Jewish state. Dresden was 1,000 Lancaster bombers over 2 nights. I am asking you, what is your source?
This is getting very boring.
The answer. Okay, don't interrupt me, please. The answer is Piers. It's my turn. Piers,
Rabbi Shmuley, you can't ask someone a question and then refuse to let them answer.
So I asked for a source.
He just asked the question. He's not answering the question, and Piers is jumping in.
She made the claim. He responds to the claim. She starts saying, "We can't do this. We 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 can't do this." And Piers says, "Rabbi Shmuley, you have to let her answer. What do you mean? She's saying we can't do this."
This is what I mean. I think Rabbi Shmuley shouldn't be here. There should be somebody else here. I think neither of these two should be here. But he keeps only going at Rabbi Shmuley. It just gets worse.
We've heard the question.
It is absolutely absurd. I'm going to respond to what you are saying. This tactic of when anybody brings up anything that Israel is doing is wrong, you get to just scream blood libel and anti-Semitism.
You see, she's not responding. She's not answering the question. And Piers knows this.
No.
interrupt her.
Oh my gosh, it's a blood libel. It is not a blood libel to talk about the amount of death and the tons of explosives that have been dropped on the civilians in Palestine, okay? That is not a blood libel against Jewish people.
It actually is. Okay, there is a point that people often make when they say your criticism of Israel is really just about being anti-Semitic, and they're correct. I'm sorry, but you might deny it. You might deny it very easily and outright. But one thing here is very obvious: the only reason that Candace is so insistently talking about Israel here is because Jews, because this is appealing to a certain audience that she is that she has gathered. She doesn't talk about Syria. She doesn't talk about Yemen. She doesn't talk about Sudan, where serious things are happening. She doesn't talk about any of these things. She talks about Israel only. That's it. It's because it's Jews. And she's making these accusations and exaggerating the situation so badly. We have experts, specialists, analysts. John Spencer, is that his name? Who is an expert on urban warfare. He says that Israel is being more careful and more principled in this war currently than any other party has ever been in urban warfare, and they're keeping the civilian to combatant death ratio very low. This is the actual expert analysis, but she is acting like Israel is the worst ever, the worst of all nations, of all sides that have ever waged war. She's doing this because Jews are involved. That's the only reason. That's it. There simply is no other reason. Give me another reason.
Such a nasty and perverted tactic, which essentially says, I don't have to debate anymore because I get to just call everybody a person who's accusing me of blood libels. Okay, truly, what is happening right now is that the blood of Palestinians is being shed. Okay, that is not a libel against the Jews. That is a fact and a reality against.
She's also complaining about the whole blood libel thing. She actually did engage in. She actually did say that historically, a sect of Jews has been going around and kidnapping and killing and drinking the bloods of Christian children. This is the original blood libel, and she has engaged in it.
Bibi Netanyahu and this government, which has gone extreme.
Arla Magnus says, AP, the topic is Israel, not other countries. Stay on topic. No, go F yourself.
In their response to October 7th. So stop this tactic.
Understood. Pierce, can I now have my turn again? All I asked was the source. Clearly, she has none. It was invented out of whole cloth. That's what a blood libel is. A blood libel is when Candace Owens says that the actual medieval blood libel, that Jews killed Christians and drank their blood, she actually believes that. She said, please don't interrupt me.
I will find you the source.
She says that there were Christian bodies found all over Europe.
She's typing.
She said that I am not trying to kill her. We will post right after this, where she said it at least on 8 occasions. That's why she's being investigated by the FBI. Because you can lie about me, you can call me filth, and Pierce won't, and you can call me psychotic. I've never said that about you. But what you can't do is incite violence against my family. You have repeatedly said I'm trying to kill you. You said the Jews killed JFK. You said if the Jews killed JFK,
you said all this earlier.
We couldn't protect the president. Okay, wait one second.
Can we get back to the debate
for a moment? No, wait. Let's just go back for a moment.
I want to look at this part.
Please don't cut me off. I have not cut you off. He called that a blood libel because that is a strategy, which is meant to just distract people from the truth or looking into it. So you say everything you say is a blood libel. Now, to answer your question, Piers, I think that's a very good question. And the answer for that is because the media as an entity has been basically mining Jewish pain, the history of their pain, by taking people out of context and presenting things that are as a fact that is simply untrue, things that I've never said. We are watching right now, and that's why I'm grateful for you to provide this opportunity. You are watching Rabbi Shmuley do this live, right? When we talk about yellow journalism and people that take things out of context and try to present it to people with a bunch of hysteria and go, oh my gosh, Candace said this. Oh my gosh, Candace is a Holocaust denier. Oh my gosh, he's called me all of these names and he doesn't have a single fact in there.
Gosh, she is such a horrible person.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, before October 7, I was kind of in terms of morality, I was kind of I was not entirely sure, and I had this general view of I can't call things evil and good because I don't even have a proper concept of it, and it's something much more complicated. The thing is, over the last year, I have, especially after going to Israel and coming back, I have been much more convinced that that I can point at evil in the world and point out that something is evil. And there is a certain trend in the world right now that is simply evil. And she is supporting exactly that.
And if there is genuine evil, then good, and therefore a standard and a lawgiver. Okay, yeah, just go with that.
Don't jump to conclusions now, David.
I went exactly the conclusion that it was obvious based on what you're saying, but go ahead.
She did on multiple occasions. On multiple occasions, what she did was she basically depicted things that we all know were done during the Holocaust as absurd and possibly untrue, such as Josef Mengele. He is the one who is the sick angel of death doctor in Germany, in Nazi Germany, who experimented, and this is proven. This is not doubted. This is not contested. It is proven. We have documentation and statements and so on. He experimented on twins in the concentration camps, experimented on Jewish children primarily, also on others, including things like sewing them together and doing other projects on them, thereby causing their deaths and so on. He was an extremely sick person who had an obsession with twins and their development, and who actually experimented on living Jewish children. That's what he did. This is all very well established. She actually cast doubt on it and said, why would he even do that? It doesn't make sense. She depicted the Nazis and their book burnings as unjustly vilified, and said that they were actually burning books that were not so good. The Nazis also burned Bibles, which they didn't like. And so on. She is a sick person. She also said that that the blood libels were actually not libels, they were accurate, that children were being abducted and killed by certain Jews. She did say that. She did say that Kabbalah in Judaism is about pushing bisexuality and aiming for world domination and all kinds of perversions, including pedophilia. Nothing at all to do with any of this. She did all of these things, and now she's acting like all of this is just rumors. Never happened. Because she is an evil piece of filth who actually does things she denies it.
That was exactly what Rabbi Shmuley complained. She's calling him filth, and here you're calling her filth. This is... I think we need to see Candace versus Apostate Prophet on Piers Morgan, so you guys can actually address these issues.
She would never do that, man. Never, ever do that. She would never do that. Never do something like that. Never do something like that. Actually, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. Candace Owens Mengele. Just want to quickly find a clip. I don't want to go through a whole stupid video.
People, Candace, on innocent people. Candace, come on, that's the difference. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I'm like the idea that they just like cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if
why would you do that? Experiments confirmed to be true, reported as true by other Nazis, written down by other Nazis.
His guys kept detailed notes on all the crap they were doing.
Detailed notes. Josef Mengele kept reports on his progress with experimenting on Jewish twins. He fled to Argentina. His son later on found out about this and went to Argentina to confront him about why in the world he did all of these sick things. He justified it, and so on. And she is here questioning this. Why in the world would you question something like this even? I mean, I get it. You would think this is such an absurd thing. Maybe this is too far-fetched. She actually not just questions it, doesn't get to the bottom of it, starts publishing her doubts about it as if she's, of course, she's just asking questions, making it look like these are possible lies and exaggerations about the Nazis, and defending something as sick as experimenting on little children. And then she pretends to care about children. She pretends to care about children. This is...
There is a pattern here. She tends to try to cover for the sickest, most evil people she can find and complain about Jews the entire time.
The idea that they just cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies.
Yeah, that was
person having to sew them together.
That was one of the that was one of the main criticisms of that was the people who are looking at what they did. There was we don't see any medical basis for doing this. You could do sick stuff. You could do sick, messed up stuff for research purposes and justify it. Well, the greater good, this is going to give us greater understanding. They're pointing out some of this made no sense from a medical standpoint. You're not getting any valuable information about this sick stuff you're doing. And they're pointing out that that's how sick it was, right? It's any sick thing we decide, any sick experiment we want to perform on some Jews, then we can do it. And again, it gets pointed out there's no point to a lot of this stuff. And she's sitting there going, well, it doesn't seem like there's a good point to it. So it doesn't make sense that they did any of this. And therefore it didn't happen.
Yep. What he was his theory, and that is something to further deeply analyze, was to see how much a human can be genetically influenced and genetically altered. And he specifically had an obsession with twins. And we have notes on this. We have extensive notes on this. He specifically had an obsession with twins and was experimenting with the idea of possibly, cutting twins, experimenting on one of them, then in the experimenting on the other twin in a different way, sewing them together, seeing if they will somehow be influenced by each other on what he does on one person versus the other twin, and so on. He was experimenting with their eyes. He permanently damaged them before, of course, causing their deaths, and so on, and disposing of them. Maybe you should ask your questions at a Holocaust museum, right? Maybe you should ask your questions somewhere.
Hey.
And then you can ask those questions, and then maybe afterward you can go out there and you can talk about it. Not go on here and be like, oh, why would they even do that? It doesn't even make sense. Why would they kill a bunch of people? It doesn't even make sense. You're a piece of shit.
Here's the thing. If the story had been this is what Jews were doing to Gentiles, she would have believed it in a heartbeat, even if there's no evidence for it.
Of course she would have.
Even if there's a mere accusation. Yeah, that's the point. Guys, notice she'll take insane claims about Jews that have no factual basis, and she'll report those with confidence. She'll take things that we know happened and say, well, it doesn't make sense that these nice Germans would have done that sort of thing. And therefore there's no way I can believe this stuff. Come on, guys. Seriously? Nazis performing all these experiments? How? They're the good guys. They were the ones who were bombed. It's not like these guys had some really sick, evil philosophies and so on. Come on. Look how white they are.
And no, we're not just making this up. And David is presenting this as if this was a hypothetical, but unfortunately, it is exactly and precisely the truth.
Ago, before they decided to establish Israel as a country, I know you've read like the short version in a classroom, and it was like, oh, the Holocaust happened, and then we realized that Israel needs a state. No, that's not how it went down. That's not how it went down at the F all, okay? Catholics and Christians were going missing on Passover, and then they would find bodies, okay, across Europe, and they were able to trace them back to Jews. Blood libel. They weren't Jews, okay? These were Frankists. And so just like Leo Frank killed Mary Fagin on Passover back in 1913 or 1914, I can't remember the exact date, he did it during Passover for a reason. This Frankist cult, which is
If you went to a trained psychologist and started talking to them like this, they would probably think, okay, we need a program because it seems that you have difficulties and that there are some concerns about your mental health, and I don't know what they would do, but she's starting out with the establishment of the modern state of Israel, for some reason saying that this is not how it happened. They were not persecuted. Like, they were persecuted, and then we decided to establish an Israeli state. No, that's not how it happened. Yeah, that is not how it happened. No, it's actually that a bunch of Christians were going missing, and it was all around the time of Passover. False. And they were all being traced back to Jews. False. But hey, it wasn't Jews. It was blood libel, but it wasn't Jews. It was actually a Frankist sect of Jews. False.
Didn't even Nick make fun of her for not knowing what she's talking about on this whole issue?
Yes. And this is exactly what David just said. If it were Jews, she would immediately, without even questioning it, accept it as true. This is precisely what she does. Here she's questioning very well documented Nazi self-recorded atrocities on Jews. She's questioning them and saying it doesn't even make sense. And then making the most insane conspiracy theory about Jews related to blood libel. First off, Jews are not allowed to drink blood. Secondly,
it's not kosher.
Jews, people were not just exclusively going missing around Passover. That's not true. Thirdly, they were not being traced back to Jews. That's not true. Thirdly, Frankists. The blood libel started 1,000 years ago. Frankists are a sect that came from a rejected sect of Jews from Sabbatai Tzvi that came into existence 200 years ago. And they have no association at all with the whole blood libel issue. Nothing to do with it at all. Nothing at all to do with this whole blood libel issue. She is somehow drawing connections and saying that this Frankist group, which came into existence 200 years ago, was also responsible for the missing children that went missing 1,000 years ago. And somehow this is also connected to Leo Frank, who had nothing to do with the Frankists, aside from the fact that his last name is Frank. What an...
masquerading behind Jews still participates in this shit to this day, okay? Why would you want...
Is there a single proof for any of this? No. However, she will clearly assert these things as if they were given truths, but she will then question atrocities which Nazis reported themselves. I don't know what this is, but she's either mentally completely unwell and needs to be taken care of, or she is pure evil.
And guys, this is kind of what people mean by anti-Semitic, right? Like, you have people who are openly anti-Semitic in the sense of Jews, we need to destroy the Jews, get rid of the Jews. Jews are behind anything. And then you have the people who, like, if you say, hey, these white guys are doing something and we have all this record of it, they'll go, no, white people wouldn't do that. And you can raise any story, no matter how far-fetched, about something Jews are doing. Oh yeah, Jews would do that kind of thing. That's right. In other words, you show by your reactions what you think of various people, and it's built in. If it's built into you that anything you could possibly attribute to Jews is entirely believable because they're that evil, and anything you could say that a white person did, if it doesn't make sense because white people are so noble and wonderful and great and they can never do that kind of thing, you kind of sound like you just really have a extremely low view of Jews and an extremely high view of white German.
This is why I appreciate Jay Dyer. In the middle of all of this, I'm going on my Twitter feed and did I see this? What the hell? Is it worse to be in a polyamorous relationship with Hitler and Himmler, or a single hetero monogamous relationship, which is fascism? What? What's wrong with you? Man, Jay
Dyer.
Asking the important questions.
You just know that if they say those things, it's a trigger. It is reminiscent of exactly what was done for Black Americans for a very long time. They have now since changed their perspective on me, but for a long time, they thought that I legitimately hated being Black and hated the color of my skin.
Yes, we do. Okay.
We
Shut
do.
up, Karen.
Oh.
Supporting Adolf Hitler. Pierce asks, are you a Holocaust denier? Oh, wait a minute. I actually want to...
Victim of Yosef Mengele, the angel of death's experiments, came forward and said, you are going to traumatize me all over again. She actually said that Mengele's experiments, the fourth worst person in Nazi Germany after Hitler, Himmler, Goebbels, Mengele, it was a fabrication. She's an out and out Holocaust denier. And Australia, God bless them, took in so many survivors after the war, including my wife's family from Slovakia.
Well, let me ask Candace Owens now. Let me ask her now.
I'm really curious about that. What does she say when put on the spot on this?
Said that the Mengele experiments were false. Go ahead.
Let me ask Candace.
Well, they literally titled the video, I'm not a Holocaust denier. So,
one, are you a Holocaust denier, or do you accept that 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis?
They even geared the title towards defending Candace.
Secondly, do you believe that Joseph Mengele did what he is reported to have done and has been since World War II ended?
Thank you for those questions. No, absolutely. I am not a Holocaust denier. This is, again, another fabrication based off of a monologue that I did in which I was putting pressure on the American government to explain why it is a fact that we learned all of these things about the horrific things that Nazi scientists did. And to be clear, Piers, I did not even mention Joseph Mengele's name in this skit at all.
This skit? She's calling it a skit?
Wow, man. Wow. Wow.
I have to say, that sounded like some Alex Jones stuff where he got called out for saying the stuff about the Sandy Hook parents. And he's like, no, I was just playing a role. And sometimes I'd argue one perspective. And then other times I take on a different persona and argue a different perspective.
Stop attacking Alex Jones, man. Always attacking Alex Jones.
You stop attacking Alex Jones.
It's like you say, "Hey, David, what's up? How are you doing?" It's like,
Twins. I mean,
Alex Jones, terrible person. Alex Jones. Always a problem with what is it with your obsession with Alex Jones? We get it. You don't like the guy. Stop talking about Alex Jones, man. Okay, wait. Okay, let me let
I spoke about all of the things that we learned, that we were told over the years, some of which ended up being rebutted. And, there were tons of, that part doesn't matter. The point is, the end conclusion of that is that the CIA, via an operation known as Operation Paperclip, took the Nazi scientists and brought them to America, where they continued horrific experiments on Americans. That's the full context of that.
They were continuing horrific experiments on Americans? Such as? Can you explain that, please?
So they pulled out a statement, one sentence where I said, we've heard all of these sorts of things that they've done, cut people in half, sewed them back together. And I said, that sounds like a ridiculous waste of time. And when you pull that clip up by itself, it sounds like I'm just diminishing all of these stories, when in reality,
nope, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. It's not what you said at all. This was not part of that. It was here. Let's see.
On innocent people. Candace, come on, that's the difference. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I'm like, the idea that they just cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda on innocent.
That sounds like bizarre propaganda. Did you hear that?
You might need to. You posted a message earlier about getting back into videos and stuff, but you might want to watch that entire thing.
Yeah.
And see if that's what she meant in context, and see if she clearly meant what she said in context, and then show her clip from the Piers Morgan thing, and then show what she said in context to see if she's actually lying in the Piers Morgan thing.
There's not even further context needed. Just look at what she's saying here.
Candace, come on.
Yeah.
Experimented on twins. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I'm like the idea that they just like.
So some of the ideas sound completely absurd.
Cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just.
You can still give her the benefit of the doubt. However,
sounds like bizarre propaganda.
It sounds like bizarre propaganda. That final statement there, the number 3, leaves no doubt. She's clearly suggesting here that this sounds like absurd propaganda. And now let's get back to her explanation here of what she claims she said.
Cut people in half, sewed governments on Americans. That's the full context of that. So they pulled out a statement, one sentence where I said, we've heard all of these sorts of things that they've done, cut people in half, sewed them back together. And I said, that sounds like a ridiculous waste of time. And when you pull that clip up by itself, it sounds like I'm just diminishing all of these stories, when in reality, I'm saying, let's take everything at face value. Let's say everything we've ever heard was true. Why on earth would the American government acquiesce to bringing these science?
Liar. Clear liar. Without question. Clearly demonstrated to be a complete lie. You see it right here. There is simply no way out of it. She is here acting as if she was not diminishing it and not questioning it, and just saying, "Well, they were so bad, and so why did we bring those scientists over here?" We have just seen the clip. She clearly says that some of this is simply absurd propaganda, like the cutting and sewing together of people, which is, by the way, done by Joseph Mengele. If she is ignorant and doesn't know who is the one who did those things, then that of course tells another whole story about who this imbecile is. However, this is the actions of Joseph Mengele.
Up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda.
That sounds like bizarre propaganda. What she actually said, what she actually did, was to diminish it and was to question it and call it propaganda. Suggest that it is probably bizarre propaganda. And now she's lying to Piers Morgan here. What a filthy, sick, disgusting liar. Anyone who still thinks at this point that Candace is a reliable person, I'm sorry, you are stupid. You are immeasurably stupid. You are an imbecile.
Scientists over to America. And as a fact, Dr. Mengele was not one of the scientists which was brought over to America. So
but just to be
people
clear,
saw that.
Yeah, but he was the one who cut up twins and threw them back together. That is what you specifically mentioned, you idiot. Of course, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't know who that even is. What a freaking idiot.
To be clear, you accept... hang on, I'll come to you, Rabbi Shmuley. To be clear, you accept the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews in the Holocaust?
Yeah, I have never once in any of my appearances
No, I'm just asking you to clarify.
denied the Holocaust atrocities.
Okay.
Ever.
And you accept that Joseph Mengele was a despicable man who perpetrated horrendous crimes?
Yeah, I have to say, if you look, I mean, Pierce here, it seems like every exchange he's trying to help, he's trying to help Candace sound better and less extreme and make Rabbi Shmuley sound insane and more extreme.
She also made a suggestion here, which is again one of those things. I'm surprised that Piers Morgan didn't call her out, probably because Piers Morgan is an idiot. She also suggested that the scientists brought over in Operation Paperclip experimented on Americans here in America. What are you talking about? These people were brought over and used for their knowledge and their expertise in rocket science and similar things, physicists and so on. They didn't experiment on humans. They didn't experiment on Americans. Nothing to do at all. These were different forms of scientists, different scientists. She completely made that up.
And that's why I was saying they were so horrific that it makes you go, why on earth would the American government in this clandestine operation bring over the Nazi scientists who then became a part of our CIA and continued experiments onto America through to the 60s and the 70s. And
all right,
I was
well, let me ask.
None of that ever happened. It never happened.
What those experiments were that was done throughout the Korean War.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response.
And I read it.
After this debate, we will post every single clip. That was a complete and utter fabrication. What she said was that she doubts that any of this happened because it was, as she just said, a waste of time. The whole Holocaust was a waste of time. Hitler had no winter equipment for his soldiers in Stalingrad under...
Okay, she's a filthy liar, and wait a minute, that's funny.
Does more in terms of revealing what it is. I'm grateful that he has a platform, and I would never call for him to be banned from anywhere. I hope he gets a megaphone, and I think that
as a
people
human being,
watching his behavior today...
Do you see any saving grace as a human being?
You know, I think I will pray for him. I will pray for his conversion into Christianity. I don't think it's normal to lie like that and feel nothing, but he continues to do it. He's filing FBI reports against me over pizza. I don't have any hatred in my heart towards Rabbi Shmuley. I really don't. Like I've said, I hope he forever has a platform.
Undo Marinel, now AP is denying Paperclip. What are you? I just literally explained what Operation Paperclip was. I didn't deny it. What are you talking about? They brought scientists over for rocket science and aerodynamics who helped in rocket science and aerodynamics. They didn't bring over physicians who experimented on people. That's what happened.
Because I think that it showcases to the world what it is that I'm speaking about when we speak about radical Zionism.
Yeah, anyway, I saw in a different part that she brought this ridiculous accusation that Israel is harboring or is a haven for pedophiles, and then went to an article that she cited without actually presenting the article correctly, and made it look as if, and Rabbi Shmuley did a poor job, I don't know where that was, made it look as if Israel is actually helping and harboring pedophiles. That's not what the scandal was about. What the scandal was about is that because Israel has this policy of offering people of Jewish ancestry, or offering Jews citizenship, certain people who committed crimes, among those certain sex offenders, including pedophiles, went and escaped and made use of, right, deceptively and fraudulently made use of that opportunity to go to Israel and settle there. What happened is not that Israel was like, oh, okay, you're criminals? Okay, now it's fine. You can live here freely. Nothing will happen to you. No. What happened is that as soon as their crimes came out, they started being prosecuted in Israel and started hiding there, but escaping justice in America, for example. That is what happened. And Israel, pedophilia. Hey, you can just read. If instead of looking at freaking headlines, you actually read articles, you could you could learn that. You could learn it very, 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 very easily. Here's one of those. I'm not going to read the whole thing. How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. What this is about is not that they think, oh, in Israel, nothing will happen to me. I'm just going to go to Israel because in Israel, they don't care about pedophiles. I can just live there safely. That's not what this is about. It's not what this is about. This is an instance of reading the headline and thinking, oh, wow, Israel is harboring pedophiles. This guy, for example, is accused of pedophilia. Then he flees to Israel before the authorities can apprehend him. Then makes use of the law for return of Israelis. Then he is convicted by an Israeli court of child molestation in a separate case, and things start coming out. Then he starts getting more and more allegations. And then look what it says here. Caro has successfully evaded authorities by moving between communities in Israel for almost 2 decades. And he's not alone. Now, you could say that would be incompetence. However, what is happening here is not that Israel is saying, "Oh, you're a pedophile? No problem. You can live here freely." No, the article and the entire scandal is about people escaping by making use of an Israeli law for returning Jews, and then they trick the law and start hiding from the law and not being apprehended. This is what's happening here. This is not about Israel hiding or harboring pedophiles. You could say this is bad, but it's not about Israel harboring pedophiles. That's not what this is about. And she made it look like it.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you could do something similar as far as make a headline out of anyone, right? Like like people come across the U.S. southern border into the U.S. And some people are actually trying to get away from authorities in their own places, and they know that they can go to the U.S. and make a run for it. So imagine, like, how the U.S. is harboring these gang members and so on, things like that. You could always do that.
In fact, the article says something very funny here, and no offense to Catholics. But it says here, the same thing that is going on in the Catholic Church right now around the world, the exact same thing is happening in our community. This is a Jewish organization. Told CBS to cover ups all the same, the stigma, the shame, and so on. There has been a big scandal in the Catholic Church, which was acknowledged, and which the Catholic Church is tackling and struggling with, and so on. Does this now mean, because seemingly it gives the impression that there are lots of pedophiles in the Catholic Church, does this now mean that the Catholic Church is altogether a pedophile organization? Does it mean, because it's the same logic? No, it doesn't. And nobody, and I will not accuse the Catholic Church of being a pedophile organization. That would mean that the Catholic Church has its failings dealing with the issue. It would not, however, mean that it is collectively guilty of any such thing. How about apply the same logic to Israel? But no, you won't, because it's Jews. And hating Jews is cool. Ayatollah Khamenei said, rabbis need a rebrand. Let's go back to rabbis in bronze armor doing forced circumcisions, not these old boys. Would it be haram for Candace to grape Ali Dawa in the face? Most likely not. I used to love Candace Owens as a Christian conservative, but seeing her pander to Andrew Tate, even after the obvious pedophile accusations, has completely made me lose respect for her. Should. I mean, if you respected her until now, at least when she started furiously and fiercely defending child groomer, sex trafficker, and rapist Andrew Tate, that's where you should lose all respect for her. Minahil said, what's crazy to me is how so many mainstream conservatives still respect her. She keeps saying she's Team God, but acts completely out of character. She's abusing Christianity, and I don't know. It enrages me. It enrages me. It's nothing to me, but it enrages me. It should enrage more people out there. She's abusing Christianity for her own gain, for her own ego. Bringing in Crackhead Barney as a third debater would have made this less unhinged. Wouldn't that be amazing? Candace Owens. Yeah,
given the direction that Pierce wants to go, he should always have Crackhead Barney as like a co-host for all his debates.
Yeah.
In fact, just let Crackhead Barney host the debates. Have a spin-off show like Debate Night with Crackhead Barney.
That's fun. That's fun. Candace is right. Orthodox Church is the real Catholic Church. Please, don't start this discussion here. Wait, somebody said something. Some people did something. Bill Daughtry said, does anyone know if Candace goes live? We should all go trail the heck out of her until she debates AP. Actually, seriously, she reads her super chats, or some of them, at the end of her streams, and I think she's live every day to comment on things. Yeah, people should go over there and challenge her with super chats to have a debate with me. I would love it. Would love it. I wish she would probably humiliate and destroy me. Why Candace looking at babe Mark Obama? Stop. Dude, you have to go. You keep looking around nervously. Like you're scared.
Yes, I had to go like an hour ago.
Oh, okay, you can go.
Get the hell out of here!
I will wait until you get down to the question about Surah 47:4.
Okay. What was
From your
Mojab's
member,
expecting on
it
this
says-
event? We need his intellectual, unbiased commentary. He probably loves it. What do you make of Turkish group beating up American soldiers? Turks have a problem. Hey, AP and David, Jewish French here living in Parisistan.
That's a
situation. Also, much love to my Christian brothers. What?
That Turkish thing though, in the Turks, yeah, I kind of want to know what was happening beforehand. If these U.S. soldiers just walking down the street minding their own business and they get beat up, that's one thing. If these guys are running their mouth going, "Yeah, Turkey, what's up? You suck," and they got beat up, and they say, "Hey, you guys don't have any good food here, and your whole place sucks." It's a different story, right?
Well, we can understand from Candace Owens here. We can learn from her that America is evil, and so thereby people who are part of the American army are also evil. So therefore, I would have to conclude that the Turks who beat up the Americans were probably not guilty. It was probably the Americans who were guilty, considering that they're part of the evil American army. That's how it is. What is your opinion on Martin Luther? Yeah, I want to talk about this with a Lutheran and with IP soon, sometime. Respectable for different reasons, not so for others, I would say.
He also started losing it later in life.
That's why he's called Luther. Yeah. Martin Luther. But I kind of I'm a fan of reformers and of people who start a movement and oppose the authorities and lead something significant. The funny thing about Martin Luther is that he wasn't initially against the Catholic Church. He just wanted to change it. He just wanted to reform it because he thought that it was taken over and corrupted in different ways, and he wanted to simply change it from within. But yeah, different story. What opinions on ex-Muslim for Palestine? What, ex-Muslims for Palestine?
That's a new
I
one.
hope there is not such a trend. If there is such a trend, then I have to make fun of them. Ayatollah Khamenei, when you get called a bad Catholic by a Jew, it's all over.
Hey.
Your career. Candace is finished. What?
Hey, you totally skipped the one.
Which one? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm just looking at your chat. There was one. It says member for 8 months. Kapopolit. I don't know. Maybe your list is different than the one that's right there.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I did skip it. How do I respond to someone quoting 47:4 as proof that wrapping hostages is against Islam? Okay, what's your response, David?
Well, yeah, 47:4. That's one of the verses that says strike at their necks and so on. So I was just interested in that because I haven't heard that as a response before. So when I was about to go and then I saw that one, I was like, oh, I need to wait for that one. Anyway, I don't know what the actual argument is. So they're saying that this guy apparently has encountered people who say this prohibits
rappers.
Yeah, taking girls as sex captives. So when you meet those who disbelieve in battle, strike their necks. This is why when you hear about these random stabbings so frequently, it's right in the neck. It's because it's in the Quran. until when you have inflicted slaughter upon them, then secure their bonds and either confer favor afterwards or ransom them until the war lays down its burdens. That is the command. And if Allah had willed, he could have taken vengeance upon them himself, but he ordered armed struggle to test some of you by means of others, and those who are killed in the cause of Allah, never will he waste their deeds. So I guess the reasoning would be, since this says if you're fighting people in battle, then afterwards you either ransom them or let them go or something like that. And they're saying, well, that would apply to, I guess the argument would be, that's the rule for female captives, and it doesn't say anything here about taking them and raping them, and therefore it's not part of this. Yeah, you can't overrule what other passages of the Quran clearly say. So you have multiple passages in the Quran which talk about having sex with those whom your right hands possess. And yeah, so you can't say here, which isn't talking about taking specifically female. You have other passages that are clearly referring to those whom your right hands possess. And so you just, Surah 4 verse 24 and so on. We know what these are talking about. We know what the hadiths are talking about. So anyway, point here, guys, overall overarching principle in the realm of interpreting a passage, never sacrifice the clear for the sake of the unclear. If you're saying this is about not taking female captive, well, it's pretty darn unclear. If you have multiple clear passages which are talking about taking female sex slaves, then you can't say, oh, we can ignore those because we're going to interpret this. In other words, you don't go to vague passages to reinterpret clear passages. You go to clear passages and stick with what they say. Anyway, that's a general principle, whether you're talking about the Bible, the Quran, or any text. You can't go to something like that and say this rules out taking females as sex slaves when you have multiple passages in the Quran which certainly allow it.
That's pretty based. Lothar said, hey guys, what's the TLDR of the debate? Oh, it's Jews banned. That's it. Okay, David.
What's TLDR?
TLDR means too long, did not read.
Oh, yeah.
That's what people say when something is too long. They add a TLDR and just summarize it quickly.
All right. I'll be heading out tomorrow, so we'll be back on Saturday with some dope stuff that AP already has planned.
Inshallah. I might also go live tomorrow to talk about Nazis.
Yeah, since that's your favorite topic.
Yeah. Okay, see y'all. Okay, I'm going to be here a little bit more without David. I was just looking at Jesus here. I have this here now because of my wife. By the way, also because I like that one, actually. Candace became Candice Nuts ever since left David Wood. Yeah. Can the spirit animals fish those eyes? It is indeed. I'm going to run through the super chats very quickly. I've been live much longer than I intended to. However, this was an important one, and I want to at least address some super chats that are bigger than the others. Did you know them started eating grapes mid-debate? They should have. And then Candace is a traitor to black people and is betraying the Christians. She used CNN, BBC, which she claimed fake news to defend Muslims. A black Christian stands with white fascists and Muslims. So unfaithful and unhinged. Yeah, I would also, again, recommend watching What He Memes, a video on her that he published just a few days ago. It was fantastic. And you don't have to disagree with all her political stances, but she is just so dishonest. It's incredible. Navigator says, Candace sucks and the Rabbi seemed very kind. Unfortunately, it's not controversial that the main book of Schneerson's Chabad Tanya includes disturbing views of Gentile inferiority and their souls. Yeah, the book Tanya is, which was written like 200 years before the Rebbe came into existence. It was written then. In the beginning, the first chapter, I think, makes it distinguishes the souls of Jews and non-Jews, and adds that Jews have a special soul with a divine spark, and it then has some very harsh remarks about when you don't have that soul which connects you to the divine, and but the issue is, the idea is that not only Gentiles have that, the bad soul Jews also have it. And if you don't follow God, you fall into it. And Gentiles are also pretty much capable of following the laws and reaching the same state of being in unison with God and so on. It's a very complex topic that I think is actually a little bit cuckoo to me. Ari Wasserman, Candy, we know that all Jews like you are liars. We all know that, everyone. Please admit right now that you rape Christian children in your tunnels. Shmuley, I admit we do. Candy's skin catches fire. Yossi Kenner, as a former Orthodox Jew, I know many Jew people believe they are superior in body and soul. While this isn't the only opinion in Judaism, many have a derogatory attitude toward Gentiles, etc. Of course. And you will find Jewish articles dealing with the very same thing. It is a very perspective, but you find the very same stances among people of different groups. But the stance of Chabad and of the Rebbe and of the Talmud even is not that, right? And we just looked at it. It says that all humans are equal and nobody is superior to the other by birth. Are you guys entirely on the rabbi's side here? No, I'm clearly not. As said, I don't have much respect. I think Rabbi Shmuley should stick to teaching Judaism instead of having debates about politics and debates on Piers Morgan with people like Candace Owens. He is not a very good representation. Mumu Joe, Israel Gov is radical. Okay, Palestinian Gov, all three of them are radical. I have a list of 1 million Muslims that did vile things and said evil things, yet she supports them. Don't make me 10 podcasts about them. I know it's just hypocrisy. It's about hating Jews. That's what it is. And I don't get why CO decided to keep attacking the Jewish community during the election. Muslims will not vote for Trump. The way to win is to divide the Jewish community to get more votes for money. She's betraying Trump too. She is. Earlier somebody asked what I think about the whole Tenet Media Russia collaboration collusion thing. This is connected to that. Some people are saying, what if Candace also received money from the Russians? I don't want to say anything about any of that stuff. Apparently Tim Pool acknowledged that it may very well be true that Tenet Media, where his show is hosted on, was funded by Russia, but that he has nothing to do with it because he was also fooled and tricked into this. It's kind of funny to me that my appearance on Tim Pool happened on a show that was apparently funded by Russia, allegedly. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Funny to me. Mumujo, his arguments are useless. No, you are useless. Candace should convert to Black Hebrew Israelites. Paying my first jizya, keep up the good fight. Why doesn't Candace ever criticize the genocide of Christians in Nigeria by Boko Haram and the general persecution by Muslims? Because she's a hypocrite. She's evil, okay? I'm going to call her evil from now on. You have seen it. She suggests that Mengele's experiments might just be bizarre anti-Nazi propaganda, and then she denies having said that. She is evil. Ligamathy Gayon, Shmuley makes my skin crawl. He isn't the charismatic debater he thinks he is. Candace shouldn't be a difficult opponent for anyone calling himself America's rabbi. Many of the things he says and does are against our values. I know. And I was pointing this out earlier, but sitting there, listening to her opening speech, and her attacks against Israel, against Shmuley, against Judaism, against Chabad, and so on. I have been learning a lot about Chabad and all that. Her accusations made me think, wow, what a vile person. It made me want to respond. I was shocked that Rabbi Shmuley did not for a single second even spend time addressing her accusations about Chabad, about the Rebbe, and his main defense was basically about him. And I'm sorry, but my conclusion looking at that, if I care more about Judaism and Israel when somebody attacks these things than Rabbi Shmuley does, and when he cares more about himself than he cares about Israel and and Judaism, it seems to me that Rabbi Shmuley has been so consumed by publicity and so consumed by his ego that he has an ego and a narcissism problem, and that to him this is more about himself than it is about the cause. Which, I don't know, it's terrible behavior. Pamela C became a member of the channel. Welcome to the cult. Goshi Peters gifted a membership. Thank you very, very much. David Irving Grind said Dresden was the real Holocaust main. Vlad, have you thought of having Winger instead of David Wood? I'm going to replace David Wood with Mike Winger quite soon, most likely. She learned from Andrew Tate. It's not what I did. It's what they hate. What they hate is that they hate how moral I am. That's true. As a U.S. vet, a U.S. force would be doing much worse, inshallah. But the U.S. has been relentless. It's just so funny that Candace Owens pretends to be speaking on behalf of Christians and Americans and conservatives and traditionalists in the West and this and that. But then she's sitting there just bashing America together with Israel and the UK, and basically making excuses for the Nazis who had no regard and no respect for traditions, for Christianity, for conservatism, for traditionalism and all that. She is a hypocrite. The Nazis had no regard for Christianity. They hated Christianity. She blasts Israel for things that America does as well. She blasts America for their role in World War II. She blasts the UK. How does any self-respecting, patriotic, traditionalist, conservative, I don't know, proud Christian person, whatever you are, how do these people actually respect Candace Owens and think that she's doing something for them? She's a horrible person. She is a traitor. She is treacherous. She does not care about Christian values. She does not care about American values, not about the West. She doesn't care about any of these things. She is a sellout and a hypocrite and a liar. And in all honesty, I'm not going to say it. I leave that to your imagination. Hu Jintao, when it's about twin experiments, why would anyone do it? But for Jews drinking blood of Christian kids, there are messed up people, Judaism. Candace, my pregnant grandpa lived in segregated South Owens. Yeah. I don't know what to say anymore. She's just beyond comprehension. I hope that one day I get to have a discussion or a debate with her, and I promise I will make her regret it, and will make her look stupid, call her out on her lies, debunk her, destroy her. And over the years, I feel like I have become part of Christian community. My wife is now a very devout and religious Christian. I have been around Christians for quite a long time. She should keep Christianity out of her filthy mouth. She should keep Jesus out of her filthy mouth. Unless she's going to correct herself and actually act like a proper Christian and act like somebody who cares about Christ, about Jesus, instead of abusing it for her own gain and abusing Christian sentiments for her own ego. She should keep Jews out of her filthy mouth. She should keep the rabbis out of her filthy mouth. She should keep America at this point and Israel out of her filthy mouth. She should just go and disappear and no longer comment on politics, religion, morality, or any of these things. I don't know what she wants to do. If she wants to go and become part of Andrew Tate's sex trafficking compound, whom she defends. Seriously, if you're a Christian, and if you want to act like a Christian and think like a Christian, just think for yourself. Candace Owens, supposedly this great, fantastic defender of Christian values. Think about Jesus. What do you think Jesus would say if he appeared by your side and saw that you are defending the sex trafficker and proud pornographer Andrew Tate. Justin Wooten said Jews killed Jesus. Jesus was a Jew, you idiot. I'm against Andrew Tate. Hope so. AP being based. We're just missing David Wood's Hallelujah. Man. Okay, I gotta go. I'm getting really unhinged now. All right. But I'll have the chance to debate her, and I will. I don't know. Yeah. It's just funny seeing gropers, neo-Nazis, Candace fans in the chat defending her. I mean, you didn't say a single thing, and you were here the entire time saying AP loves Rabbi Butt Plug. It's quite funny that you can't respond when I actually challenge you to mention, to give some evidence for the things that Candace says. You can't name somebody who was actually bullied by Zionists and silenced by Zionists. You can't comment on the fact that she's clearly lying. You can't comment on any of those things. But because she is a prostitute for attention, a prostitute for Nazi attention from people like you will come here and defend her with such nonsense, with such disgusting sickness, just because you are an incel who is left at home and who can't find a sexual partner, who uses his socks, masturbating to the sight of Candace Owens. At least stop trying to defend her. She has no values. She has nothing to stand on. She is an attention whore. She is a liar. She is filth, and so are Nick Fuentes and you. And with that said, thanks everybody for watching. Have a fantastic day. And as always, what a note to end on. Anyway, thanks everybody. I love you all. I hope I'll be back soon again. Hope I'll be back tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. Tomorrow I will also be live on a German channel in German for the first time ever. I'm kind of nervous about speaking German in length. But yeah, yes. Thanks everyone for joining. Have a fantastic day. If you want to go over to Candace when she's live tomorrow and spam and make some super chats suggesting that she should debate me, I would totally appreciate it. Have a fantastic day. As always, stay well. And stay away from... I can't say it. This guy should say it.
Stay away from Islam.
He said it.